Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 30-48. So scary. By the time the god martial beast could move again, Long Chen had already gone deep into the cave. Just now, not only did Long Chen confine it, but he had also sealed off a large area around it. In this space, not even a grain of sand could move. To be able to immobilize an existence on the Divine Emperor list like him in an instant, he was either in the top 10 of the Divine Emperor list or a supreme deity. To be honest, the number of top 10 experts on the Divine Emperor list was even fewer than the number of supreme gods. Therefore, the god martial beast knew that it was more likely to encounter a supreme god. However, I basically know all of the supreme deities in the myriad worlds. Could it be an existence hidden from the world? But no matter who it was, this was its world, the sacred land of its world. I don't care who you are. Since you dare to run amok in the territory of our demon clan, you have violated our demon clan. I will immediately report this to our ancestor and ask him to make a decision for us. Even so, the god martial beast was afraid of Long Chen's power. After that, it hid in the starry sky and hurried to summon its ancestor. I have to say that the internal structure of the monster race is much more united than that of the human race. They are basically like an iron bucket, helping each other like a super kingdom. Their supreme existence is much stronger than the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor. Even in the small worlds of the monster race, there will be someone who will help them. It was understandable. If the monster race didn't do this, the human race in the other 3 regions might invade some small worlds. Who is the ancestor he mentioned? Long Chen asked as he went deeper into the cave. It's this Eastern Star region, or the supreme expert of the monster race. He existed a long time before the epoch. I heard that his history is even longer than the Wildlands' ancient god, the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor, and heavenly god Luya. The experts of all worlds call him the Chaos Demonic Ancestor. His world, the Hunkan Ancestor, is the core of the Eastern Star region. It's a rare original incipient realm, just like the Hongjun Star Sea and Pangu continent. Oh, Long Chen roughly understood. In fact, the forces of the 4 major regions in the myriad worlds were almost the same, so it was easy to remember. Basically, Ancient God Savage Wilderness, Heaven Tao Holy Emperor, Heavenly God Luya, and Chaos Demon Ancestor were the 4 rulers of the myriad worlds. Of course, there were indeed people who classified them as the 4 rulers. They were the rulers of the Eastern Domain, the Western Domain, the Southern Domain, and the Northern Domain. These were probably the 4 existences that could make Long Chen feel threatened. However, even the Chaos Demon Ancestor couldn't care less about Long Chen taking what he wanted. He didn't expect the cave to be so deep. The deeper they went, the more intense the feeling became. Clearly, in the depths of this place, there was a legacy item left behind by the mystical dragon. It was probably related to the sleeping shadow dragon. It is probably because this place is treated as the holy land of the Kunlun demonic world. That is why it has been preserved until now. Otherwise, it would have been taken away by others long ago. Normally, if it ended up in someone else's deity nation, that would be the hardest to obtain. Finally, Long Chen entered a cold pond. To him, the water of the cold pond wasn't a problem. However, if he hadn't reached the deity emperor realm, he might be frozen in the cold pond. Even his divine body would be crippled. If he sank, he would probably die. After all, this was the core of the Kunlun demonic world. The Kunlun demonic race called it the Holy Land Cold Pond. There were many stories about the Holy Land Cold Pond. One of them was the story of the Sky Nether Beast. Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. It was said that the Sky Nether Beast was the only demon race that could compare to the Divine Martial Beast. However, it was extinct and defeated by the Divine Martial Beast. After it died, it condensed at the bottom of the Holy Land Cold Pond. The Divine Martial Beast had been suppressing there to prevent the Sky Nether Beast from coming out again. I see it. Long Chen had already reached the bottom of the Holy Land's icy pond. To be honest, even he found this place a little hard to endure. It was simply too cold. The water in the pond was a divine item called the Sacred Heart Chill Water, which was equivalent to a very high-level divine flame. At the deepest part of the bottom, there was a huge, black, translucent crystal. Within the crystal, there were a total of 8 mystical dragons. Each of them was vivid and lifelike, but they were frozen in this place. Origin Dragon Souls. He didn't expect to be so lucky. There were actually 8 kinds of Origin Dragon Souls, and they were all syndicate dragons of the Umbra Dream Charm Dragon. It seemed that they had all died in battle here. Among them, 3 drops of Inheritance Essence blood were summoned back to the Origin Dragon Palace. There were also 5 drops of Inheritance Essence blood and Origin Dragon Souls missing. Fortunately, they were all in this place. In the center of the black crystal, there were 5 drops of Inheritance Essence blood. They were all intact, as if they were summoning Longchen. In this way, I can create all the syndicate dragons of the Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon and the Umbra Dream Charm Dragon. However, the big shots here have to be very outstanding in terms of loyalty, talent, and temperament. I need to select them carefully. After all, this is a big deal. In the future, every supreme mystical dragon that matured would surpass the level of an ordinary supreme deity and the 4 rulers. For example, if Di Jun was given time to continue growing, he would definitely become the number 1 deity in the myriad realms in the future. After all, they had already cultivated to the extreme. As Longchen spoke, he dripped a drop of Inheritance Essence blood. Just like the time in the Death Rain, the unbreakable crystal began to melt, revealing the Origin Dragon Souls and Inheritance Essence blood. The Inheritance Essence blood was successfully stored in the Origin Dragon Palace. The 8 Origin Dragon Souls were also successfully sealed in the Origin Dragon Palace by Longchen. Done. He was naturally in a good mood after this unexpected harvest. When Longchen came out of the cave, the god martial beast was already hiding in the starry sky. However, Longchen still found him easily. Who are you? The god martial beast's 8 heads spoke at the same time. The god martial beast knew very well what was inside the so-called sacred ground. He knew that it was something even a hierarch would have trouble dealing with. Longchen glanced at him and was too lazy to talk to him. He immediately told Lingxi to summon the Gate of the Universe and continued heading in the direction of the temporal tunnel. Gate of the Universe, he is Hierarch Taihao. The god martial beast was shocked. He immediately sent the news to the Patriarch, but the Patriarch did not respond at all. This made the god martial beast very depressed. Patriarch, what are they doing? Why haven't they responded to me for such an important matter? They weren't like this in the past. The god martial beast narrowed his eyes and pondered as he looked in the direction Longchen left. Besides, he had also heard of Hierarch Taihao's appearance, but it didn't seem like he was like Longchen. Let's go ask what happened in the Myriad Realms recently. After putting away the things he obtained in the Kunlun Demon Realm, Longchen moved forward at full speed. He explored and soon approached the temporal tunnel. In front of him was a desolate starry sky. Not even broken stars existed. It was a void. However, he could feel that the flow of time in the vicinity was a bit chaotic. It was not as unified as before. Moreover, there seemed to be a time vortex in the depths of the night. The closer he got, the more he could feel how terrifying this vortex was. At this point, he could no longer use the Gate of the Universe. If it appeared directly at the core of the temporal tunnel, it would be dangerous for Lingxi. The further he went, the larger and more violent the time vortex became. It was a place that very few people in the myriad realms could reach. Even an hierarch would have to spend nearly 10 years to get there. From his current position, Longchen estimated that the area of the temporal tunnel was already bigger than 3 Hongjun starry seas. It was much bigger than the life and death realms. At the center of the vortex, time was especially chaotic. Generally, it was difficult to go deep into the temporal tunnel without any attainments in time law. Therefore, even the immortal godly phoenix did not dare to go deep. There seems to be someone. Longchen sensed that there was someone who was even closer to the time tunnel than him. This made him curious. What kind of person would stray so far away and come to this desolate place with no benefits? There was indeed no benefit for others. This person doesn't seem weak. The closer he got to that direction, Long Chen had to be cautious. It was empty and boundless, and it was easy for the other party to discover his position. However, he had started to learn about the transformation principle and had some experience. At least, his concealment skills were very strong. Long Chen pondered for a while and turned himself into a shattered star in the starry sky. He drifted in that direction so that he would not attract too much attention. Although there were very few stars there, it was not surprising to see a few occasionally. As he got closer, Long Chen was shocked. It turned out that there was more than one person. Close to the temporal tunnel, in the outline of the vortex, one by one, experts appeared in Long Chen's perception. They were scattered and did not separate from each other. Moreover, each of them was an ultimate god and a member of the demon clan. Are all the ultimate gods in the entire Eastern Star territory gathered here? Long Chen was speechless. It was too strange. Generally speaking, ultimate gods rarely left the world they were in, especially territorial lords. There were nearly 10 ultimate gods here. What were they trying to do? 10 ultimate gods were impossible to deal with. Long Chen stayed where he was and wanted to get some information from their communication so that he would know what was going on. After a careful count, he could see 9 ultimate gods and some who might have gone deep into the temporal tunnel. "Boss, these fellows can't be here to snatch my body, right?" Little Cat asked with widened eyes. Chapter 3049. Long Chen turned into a broken star in the endless starry sky. In front of him, the time tunnel was invisible, but the starry sky was dark, so it was like an infinitely large cave or an infinitely large mouth that was attracting people to enter. Around him, time sometimes sped up and sometimes slowed down. Long Chen was proficient in time law, so he could change the speed of the broken star with the flow of time. He only knew a little about the laws of variation, so he didn't want to expose his identity before he figured out the situation. He did not take risks. The demon clan is still quite repulsive to the human clan, as you can see from the divine martial beast's attitude. Divine Emperor Yuhua used to be in Qianjihe, so he knew more about the myriad realms. Thanks to her, Long Chen was saved a lot of trouble. What are they doing? Who are these people? That was the question in Long Chen's mind. He even felt that Kitten was right. Those people were probably here for Kitten's body. After all, there should be nothing else in the time tunnel. If there was, the dragon servants would have told him. Long Chen observed the 9 ultimate gods who were wandering outside the time tunnel. Their positions were relatively scattered and they did not speak. Their eyes were staring into the depths of the time tunnel as if they were waiting for something. Basically, there was no communication between them. However, those supreme deities were definitely the supreme masters of the entire myriad realms. It was a grand event that had not happened in a long time for so many ultimate gods to gather together. Involving the time tunnel meant that it had a lot to do with Long Chen. He had promised Kitten that he would find his body and restore him to his peak state. After waiting and observing for a long time, 2 of them finally gathered together. One of them was a thin old man with a protruding mouth and white hair wearing a gray robe. However, there was a familiar aura of law on him that Long Chen felt. He did not understand it for a while, but after thinking about it carefully, wasn't that the feeling of time law variation that he had just obtained? In the myriad realms, there are people who know time law variation? Long Chen was a little surprised. After all, he had just obtained the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon's legacy essence blood, so he felt like it was everywhere. It's too much of a coincidence. Now that I think about it, this is an ultimate god from the demon clan. They called themselves demon lords. His true form was a demon beast called the Myriad Transformations Beast. They were extremely rare in the entire myriad worlds, probably only 2 or 3 of them. This was a kind of demonic beast that had a high possibility of growing into a supreme deity. It was one of the most powerful bloodlines in the demon clan. The most outstanding thing about the myriad transformation beast is that it can transform into anything. It's practically the most incredible demon beast in the entire demon race. This kind of bloodline simply surpassed some of the ultimate divine dragons. It was almost on par with the supreme divine dragons. Nowadays, it was indeed a heaven-defying bloodline. After all, the demon clan relied more on their innate bloodline. As long as a myriad transformation beast was born, it would at least be a god emperor. Of course, Long Chen's own daughter was the most powerful. She was destined to surpass the ultimate god realm the moment she was born. No wonder. Perhaps he's the only one in the infinite worlds who can change the laws apart from me. Coincidentally, he definitely had a deep understanding of this aspect. If there's a chance, I'll ask him for advice and learn his laws. I'll definitely benefit immensely. Especially for me, who has just come into contact with the laws. Long Chen carefully looked at the myriad transformations beast to feel the changes in its laws. This myriad transformations beast is called the myriad transformations demon lord. It's not a region lord like divine Taihao, but the ultimate god of the Hunkin ancestral realm. The Emperor Holy Venerable next to it is a region lord, the region lord of the Eastern Star region's Emperor Sanctuary. Of course, whether or not it's a region lord doesn't make much of a difference in strength. The Emperor Holy Venerable was roughly at the same level as divine Taihao. This was a golden-haired burly man. One could vaguely feel that his rough and wild face was a bit like a lion, but it was not just the aura of a lion. It should be mixed with other bloodlines. In terms of strangeness, the myriad transformations demon lord was definitely stronger. However, in terms of power and awe, the Emperor Holy Beast was a natural emperor, similar to the divine Tao heart refining dragon. The Emperor Holy Venerable's original form is the Emperor Holy Beast. It's a peak bloodline born from the combination of the myriad world heavenly lion and the deadly demon vulture. It's not inferior to the myriad transformations beast, and it even surpasses the myriad transformations beast in terms of combat strength. The Emperor Holy Venerable is also very famous in the demon race. It's quite big in the myriad realms. While Long Chen was carefully looking at the myriad transformations beast, Divine Emperor Yu Hua was still dutifully introducing him to the Emperor Holy Venerable. Son of God, why hasn't he come out yet? The myriad transformations demon lord was a little impatient. Although he was old, he gave off the vibe of an old urchin. His face was constantly changing, and there was no fixed look. Just wait. The Emperor Holy Venerable's voice was very cold and concise. The myriad transformations beast was already familiar with this guy. He chuckled and said, I wonder how deep the Son of God is? Did he go in? Long Chen was also listening to their conversation. The name of the Son of God reminded Divine Emperor Yu Hua of someone. She said, I know who's here. It's him. No wonder in the entire Eastern Star region, apart from the Chaos Demonic Forefather, there's only one person who can gather so many ultimate gods here. Who is he? Long Chen didn't bother to know about the Eastern Star region. He never thought he would come across the Eastern Star region's ultimate gods in the time tunnel. Divine Emperor Yu Hua said, actually, he's the overlord of the Eastern Star region. This one is the same as the Wildlands sect master, who was trained by the Wildlands ancient god. This one is trained by the Chaos Demonic Forefather. He's usually called the Son of Chaos. However, the Son of Chaos is a little different from the Wildlands sect master. The Wildlands sect master is low-key, but the Son of Chaos is extremely high-profile. If the entire demon race is a big family, then the Son of Chaos is the young master. The other ultimate gods treat him like a young master. Therefore, he's very noble. Outside the Eastern Star region, there won't be such a situation. The ultimate gods are equal. That was why a total of 9 ultimate gods were brought to the time tunnel. However, why would the Chaos Saint be interested in the time tunnel? Just as Long Chen was about to continue asking, it was a coincidence that the Chaos Saint appeared from the depths of the time tunnel. The 9 ultimate gods surrounded the Chaos Saint upon seeing him. Their expressions were very respectful. They were all ultimate gods, but they acted as if the Chaos Saint was superior. For example, on Panga continent, there would be no such situation. The Wildlands Sect Master and the Wildlands Sect Master were equal. Son of Chaos. The 9 supreme gods appeared in front of the new ultimate god. There were 10 ultimate gods in total. Most of the super experts of the Eastern Star region were gathered here. In the depths of the time tunnel, the black ripples were still rippling. Long Chen stood a little further away and observed the Son of Chaos. He had an extraordinarily powerful aura. If Di Jun's aura was the moon, then this one was the fiery sun. Fierce and strong. Among all the ultimate gods Long Chen had seen, he was the most awe-inspiring. He was even more awe-inspiring than the Wildlands ancient god, who was profound and mysterious. The Son of Chaos, on the other hand, was the supreme god of the world. No matter where he was, he would burn like the sun. In particular, he had the unique fierceness of the demon race. When several kinds of domineering auras gathered together, he could frighten trillions of living beings with just a glance. What stood out the most was that there was a gray, king, pattern on his forehead. This was a pattern that only ferocious tigers had. Long Chen originally thought that his original form was related to tigers, but he soon discovered that he was wrong. Behind him, there was a pair of huge wings that covered the sky and covered the sun. In fact, the wings were not big, but the pair of wings did have the ability to cover the sky. For example, when spread out, they could completely surround a world of primordial origin. But that was not all. On his body, scales could be vaguely seen. They were not dragon scales, but more like fish scales, strange, twisted fish scales. Beast, bird, fish. 3 kinds of bloodlines actually appeared on the same person. The demon race can be divided into 3 major types: birds, beasts, and sea beasts. For example, the Phoenix clan is one of the birds. At a glance, it was obvious that the Son of Chaos actually surpassed other ultimate gods in terms of bloodline. He was born to be powerful, and his future achievements were even more limitless. The demon race is particular about bloodlines, and the most powerful demon bloodline in the entire universe is now in front of you. Yes, there are only 2 in the entire universe. One is the Chaos Demon Ancestor, and the other is this Son of Chaos. His true form has combined 3 of the most powerful bloodlines and has undergone extraordinary changes. Legend has it that he has a total of 3 bodies. I forget what bloodline it is, but it's probably a tiger, a bird, and a fish. What is his true form? Long Chen asked. Actually, it's easy to guess. The Kuan ancestors' realm is named after their true forms. His true form is the Kuan ancestor beast. I see. Long Chen nodded. But why did this Kuan ancestor beast appear here? Divine Emperor Yu Hua said again, I forgot to tell you, he seems to have 3 bodies and is proficient in 3 types of laws. It is said that the tigers is proficient in the space law, like Di Jun and Lingxi. The bird seems to be proficient in the devouring law. As for the fishes, you will be even more surprised because it is proficient in the time law. Therefore, the Kuan ancestor beast has the most powerful bloodline that combines space, devouring, and time. As long as it continues to grow, it should not be a problem to become the new Chaos Demon Ancestor. It seemed that this Kuan ancestor beast was almost as powerful as the Supreme Divine Dragon Sacrifice. In this era, it was indeed not easy to have such a powerful demon bloodline. After rushing through the night, he finally wrote 3 chapters. He still had classes tomorrow, so he would probably have to update at night. Please forgive me. Chapter 3050. He's also proficient in the Tao of Time. Long Chen thought to himself. Perhaps that was the reason the Chaos Sun had come here. He planned to continue listening. At this time, the Chaos Sun was surrounded by 9 ultimate gods. Unimaginable loyalty and respect could be seen in the eyes of those 9 people. Generally speaking, it was rare for ultimate gods to have such eyes. The Chaos Sun seemed a little annoyed and said, "It's been more than 40 years. I still haven't been able to enter the depths of this tunnel. Looks like I have to do that." He did not expect that they had been here for 40 years. Even if Long Chen had come earlier, he would probably have met them. "Son, I think we should work together and try again. We can definitely send you in," one of the ultimate gods said. The Chaos Sun shook his head and said, "There's no rush. This is our territory. Success is only a matter of time. Everyone is very tired because of this lousy place. I suggest that everyone rest for a while before continuing." "Son, we are not tired. We can continue." "The sun's matter is still more important," the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable said respectfully. From this short conversation, it could be seen that the Chaos Sun's prestige was indeed great. However, he was not cruel and had a charisma that could make people follow him wholeheartedly. The few of them gathered together and casually said a few words. Later, the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable asked, "Son, forgive me for being presumptuous. After so many years, I still feel that just because of a dream and a vague thought, I know that there is something you want in the depths of this place. Isn't this a little exaggerated? What is that unknown thing? Is it really that important to you?" When he said this, he was a little timid. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, every ultimate god looked at him with malicious eyes. "Myriad Transformations Demon, is there something wrong with your brain? Why would the sun lie to you? If you could know the sun's enlightenment, wouldn't it be yours?" The others also began to criticize the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was very regretful. "Myriad Transformations, perhaps you won't believe it, but from the moment I descended into this world, I had a feeling that there was a place I had to enter. I spent so many years to find this place, and only then did I have the strength to enter. Therefore, it is impossible for me to give up this place. I have a premonition that if I can obtain what's inside, I might become the strongest expert in the myriad of worlds." The more he spoke, the more serious the Chaos Saint Sun's tone became, and the domineering look in his eyes was revealed. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable kept apologizing and supporting the Chaos Saint's decision. He also expressed that he would definitely do his best for the Chaos Saint and give his all. Only then did the ultimate gods forgive him for his strange thoughts. After listening, Long Chen felt strange. He talks to Kitten. "Why is it that your main body has a strange feeling in the dark? That's strange." Long Chen was sure that this was the world of the Void Infinity Dragon. Even though he didn't get close to it, the feeling was similar to the realms of life and death. It didn't seem wrong. "How would I know? I'm even weirder than you. The weirdest thing is that I feel like I'm very familiar with this guy. Could it be that he had seen him somewhere before? Maybe it's that kind of bullshit feeling he was talking about. However, what I feel is that I hate him very much. It's jealousy and disgust." It was indeed difficult for Kitten to hate a person so much. His expression was full of disgust. "That's strange. However, it's very likely that he wants your main body. No matter what, he's our biggest enemy, especially when he has 9 helpers around him. I'm not sure if he can handle him alone. Boss, what should we do? Are we just going to watch them succeed like this?" Kitten asked anxiously. "There's no hurry. Let's watch for a while more." On the other side, the Chaos Saint Sun and the 9 ultimate gods looked at the time tunnel together and discussed various possible methods. However, they had actually tried all the methods. In the end, the Chaos Saint Sun was still a little annoyed. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, don't bother. Let's borrow that thing from the old monster. I can only deal with that thing of his." As soon as this was said, the ultimate gods were a little stunned. "Saint Sun, didn't you have a bad relationship with the forefather? Didn't you say that you wouldn't contact him for 10,000 years? Beside the Chaos Saint Sun, a goddess as beautiful as the 9 heavens saintess said. Monster women were especially enchanting. Forget it. I'll endure it. The Chaos Saint's son didn't want to say more. It seemed that he was going all out. In fact, this was the decision that everyone wanted. They didn't want the Saint's son and the forefather to be at odds. At this time, the Chaos Saint's son said directly, "Myriad transformations, King, I'll give you two a mission. Go back to the Kuan Ancestral realm and borrow my father's thing for me. Just tell him that I want it." The Myriad transformations monster Venerable and the king were dumbstruck. The king said, "Saint's son, that's an original incipient grade expert. Can we guarantee his safety?" The Chaos Saint's son laughed and said, "You two idiots, what is this place? Who is he? In this universe, there is someone who dares to rob his creator divine weapon? Isn't this a joke? Can anyone escape to a place outside the universe?" The other divine venerables also laughed. "Right, that thing is useless even for the heavenly path Holy Emperor, heavenly god Luya, and ancient god Savage Wilderness." The Myriad transformations monster Venerable and the king also laughed. In fact, the Chaos Saint's son was a little scared just now. "Alright, let's go. We'll wait for your news." "Let's continue here," the Chaos Saint's son said. Thus, the two of them didn't dare to slack off. They were full of energy and excitedly bid farewell to the others. They took out an eternal grade battleship, unfolded it, and flew directly toward the Kuan Ancestral realm. "Big brother, what should we do?" Kitten asked. It seemed that they couldn't rush into the time tunnel while they were guarding it. Long Chen also had a headache. Everyone was also thinking of a solution. "They will always go in. If we can mix with them, get their approval, and become a part of them, that will be great," Lingxi said. "But they are so xenophobic and the Chaos Saint's son is the core. This time tunnel is so important to him. If Big Brother appears, he might even rush to kill them. It's impossible to let everyone stay here or even go in with them. The only way is to suppress them, but there are a total of 8 ultimate gods, and some of their strength is unknown. I think there's basically no chance of success." Mo Xiaolang said. "I don't know. It's been 40 years and they still haven't been dealt with. What's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll just wait a few more years. Big Brother is a monster. In a few years, he will dominate the universe and be invincible," Kitten said proudly. "Wait." Long Chen recalled what Lingxi said just now. He thought carefully and suddenly smiled. "It's not impossible to become one of their teams. I can give it a try." "What?" Everyone was curious about his idea. "Just wait and see," Long Chen said mysteriously. Li Xuanji didn't say anything, but she smiled knowingly. She knew what Long Chen was going to do because it actually had something to do with her. At this time, Long Chen had already gone in the opposite direction at a very fast speed. "Little Shi, catch up with Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and the others." Long Chen let Lingxi come out of the Divine Kingdom, and the two of them chased together. Do they want to learn the law of transformation from Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and see if they can impersonate one of their ultimate gods? Lingxi was exceptionally smart and immediately thought of it. "The possibility isn't high, but we can give it a try," Long Chen said with a smile. With the gate of the universe, it was much easier than a battleship. Although the universe was vast, most people would choose the closest route. Moreover, they hadn't left for long. Lingxi quickly found their position. "Just get close." This position was too close to the time tunnel, so it wasn't easy to make a move. Every once in a while, they would move. After about half a day, Long Chen saw that it was about time, so he let Lingxi return to the Divine Kingdom while he leisurely followed. Not long after, the people in the battleship discovered his existence. The battleship disappeared, and 2 people appeared in front of Long Chen. They were Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and Emperor Holy Venerable. Emperor Holy Venerable's aura was similar to Di Jun's, but it surpassed Di Jun's. He had the ferocity of a male lion and the insidiousness of a poisonous vulture. Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable had endless transformations, making it hard to figure out. "Who are you?" Emperor Holy Venerable appeared behind Long Chen in the blink of an eye, and surrounded Long Chen with myriad transformations. Demon Venerable. Because Long Chen was a human, they had to be careful. Although they felt that Long Chen was a god emperor, they didn't dare to underestimate him. Long Chen smiled and said, "You too should have heard of my name. I am Long Chen." In fact, the two divine venerables didn't care at first, but when they heard the name Long Chen, they were stunned. Because there were countless people named Long Chen in the myriad worlds, they asked, "Is it the Long Chen who just defeated Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens? He is still in Hongjun Star Sea." As soon as they said that, they thought of the gate of the universe. "Yes, it's me." Long Chen was very calm. "It really is you. This is unbelievable." Myriad Transformations Monster Venerable looked at Long Chen with curiosity in his eyes. However, the Emperor Saint Venerable scolded him, "I don't care who you are or how strong you are. Since you've come to our territory, you have to state your purpose. If you don't have anything else to say, then leave our territory." "Yes, you were in Hongjun Star Sea before, and you came here so quickly. Why?" Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was also very curious. In fact, the reason why they were so anxious was because they were near the time tunnel. They must not let Long Chen know about the time tunnel and spread the news. That would be trouble. "No matter what, you should leave first." The two divine venerables pressed forward, not giving Long Chen a chance to explain. "I just happened to pass by here. Don't be nervous. I don't have any demon venerable among my friends, so I wanted to get to know you too." "It's fine if you don't appreciate it," Long Chen said indifferently. Chapter 3051. With that, Long Chen prepared to leave. However, to his surprise, the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable suddenly thought of something and said, "Wait, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable is busy. I'm not welcome here, am I?" Long Chen smiled. "You still recognize me?" The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable squinted. "Demon Venerable is famous. Of course I recognize you." Long Chen did not bat an eyelid. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was in a good mood after being flattered. He said, "I know you have the gate of the universe that allows you to travel anywhere in the infinite realms. It should only take a dozen days to get to Ancestral Kun realm from here, right?" Long Chen replied, "That's right." "Then, don't the two of you want me to leave quickly?" The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was a little embarrassed. He secretly communicated with the Emperor King. "If we can get his help to get us to Ancestral Kun realm, it will only take us a month to return. It will greatly shorten the time and be of great help to the Son of Chaos." "That's right. It will take us at least 10 years. If it can be shortened to a month, the Son of Chaos will be able to reach the depths of that place 10 years earlier." The two of them were excited at this thought. The Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign coughed twice and said to Long Chen, "I'm sorry, we were rude just now. It's just that our demon race hasn't been peaceful recently, so we were a little sensitive. Please forgive us." His attitude had taken a 360-degree turn. Long Chen had expected this. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I was just passing by anyway. I can just leave. There's no rush." Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was full of smiles. "To be honest, we still need you to help us with a small matter. We are in a hurry to retrieve something for our Chaos Saint son. Time is of the essence. If you can help us with the gate of the universe, we will definitely reward you handsomely. When we meet the Saint's son, I will also tell him that you have helped us greatly." The Emperor King said, "If we really need your help, I hope you will consider it. If you can help us, the demon race will definitely be very good friends with you." The two of them had sincere expressions. Moreover, intentionally or unintentionally, he mentioned the name of the Chaos Son in order to befriend Long Chen. They were all waiting for Long Chen's answer. According to the legends, Long Chen was an arrogant person who would not lower his head for anything. Therefore, They were slightly worried that Long Chen would not agree or that he would negotiate with them. If it was them, they might take action. Snatching the gate of the universe was also a good choice. Unexpectedly, Long Chen replied without the slightest hesitation, "No problem at all. To me, this is just a small matter, but it will save the two of you a lot of trouble." "Why not?" Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and the others could not believe their ears. It was settled too quickly. "Thank you so much." Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable beamed with joy. Long Chen slightly narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "It's really not a big deal. However, I also have a small request. I hope the two of you can help me a little." Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable became cautious. Long Chen went straight to the point and said, "It's actually very simple. I've heard of the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable's transformation law. It's ever-changing and mysterious. I've long been interested in it. Today, I happen to meet Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable here, so I want to seize this opportunity to experience how powerful a Demon Venerable is." Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was a little stunned after hearing that. He originally thought it was something dangerous, but he did not expect it to be like this. "You're able to defeat the ninth heaven Holy Mother, which is the ability of an ultimate god. In fact, you don't have to ask me for help. You can attack me at any time as long as you want. However, since that's the case, I'll agree to your request. It's just a small matter." Soon, Long Chen completed the first step of the plan. He had successfully achieved his goal. "Then I'll look forward to the Demon Venerable's performance." Long Chen made a gesture of invitation. "Wait a moment." Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable felt heroic. His agreement with Long Chen was that regardless of whether they won or lost, Long Chen would send them to the ancestral realm of Han Kuan. Then, his task would be completed. Moreover, Long Chen was only curious about his transformation law and wanted to learn from him. No matter what, he would not lose too much. In exchange, he would gain a lot. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable found Long Chen even more adorable when he thought about being praised by the chaotic saint. He could not wait to complete the task, so he urged the Emperor Holy Venerable a little. "Don't worry, I'm fine." The Emperor Holy Venerable looked at Long Chen, but Long Chen was still very sincere. As such, he did not say anything more and directly pushed him to the side, leaving the battlefield for Long Chen and Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable. "This is a valuable experience. You have to keep an eye on it." Long Chen smiled inwardly. He said this to Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji responded with a soft hum. Even to Long Chen, her voice was extremely flirtatious. Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable did not underestimate Long Chen's power, nor did he overestimate it. He was very confident. "Watch carefully." Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable grinned, and a small black ball appeared in his hand. "This is his only creator divine weapon. I heard that it's at the semi-primeval incipient level. It's called the Ball of Myriad Transformations. It's said that the chaotic Saint Venerable gave it to him. Now you can understand how loyal he is to the chaotic Saint Venerable," Divine Emperor Yu Hua interrupted. "Make your move. I'll let you see my most magical law," said Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable. Without saying a word, Long Chen already had the Ghost Blood Curse in his hand. The Ghost Blood Curse fit his temperament better, so it was more efficient to use. To Long Chen's surprise, the next scene made him exclaim in surprise. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable's body changed like a tide. In the end, he became an existence that looked exactly like Long Chen. Even the ball of Myriad Transformations in his hand was changing. In the end, it turned into the Ghost Blood Curse. There were two identical Long Chens holding the same Ghost Blood Curse. To an Emperor's sacred beast, this was a very normal scene. However, to Long Chen, it was too shocking. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable's law wasn't just a simulation of his appearance, but also a complete transformation inside. Even the Ghost Blood Curse that the ball of Myriad Transformations had transformed into was filled with blood energy and had the symbol of death. See that? Long Chen communicated with Li Xuanji. I need more. Of course, Long Chen couldn't wait to test his power. He was facing an existence that looked exactly like him. Moreover, it wasn't an illusion, but a real existence. The ghost blood curse appeared before him. Sword of Time. This was the first sword that Long Chen tried. The Sword of Time was fast and fierce. A tearing force of time instantly rushed towards the Long Chen opposite him. I see it. Li Xuanji exclaimed softly. She saw the changes in the myriad transformations Demon Venerable's eyes. When the Sword of Time transformed, an identical scene appeared in his eyes. It was as though everything was being replicated. He isn't proficient in the laws of transformation. Instead, he's imitating your laws. This should be the foundation of the Tao of transformation, said Li Xuanji quickly. Meanwhile, Long Chen was already fighting with the myriad transformations Demon Venerable. The first Sword of Time slashed out. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable held the ghost blood curse in his hand and used the exact same movements as Long Chen. What was rare was that it was also a Sword of Time. Moreover, it was no different from the one Long Chen used. The two swords of time clashed in the starry sky and shattered. That's right. It's a simulation. Long Chen was sure that the other party had simulated it when he attacked. This was a law of transformation. It was more accurate to call it a simulation law. Before Long Chen used the life and death calamity, the other party wouldn't be able to use the life and death calamity. He didn't really have everyone's laws. Indeed, fighting with him is a huge gain. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. He focused on the battle and enjoyed the baptism of laws. Under such circumstances, his improvement in the law of transformation was naturally huge. Death Calamity. With another strike, the Death Calamity behind him surged into the sky. The Death Calamity's core erupted with infinite lethality. When the myriad transformations Demon Venerable saw this, he quickly simulated the same move. Long Chen could see every detail very clearly. His comprehension also deepened. His goal was to learn the laws of the myriad transformations Demon Venerable. His simulation was actually the foundation of transformation. The exact same Long Chen was fighting, and the laws he used were almost the same. But in essence, it was different. Long Chen could clearly feel that the other party didn't have the Death Calamity's core. Everything he used was transformed from his own strength. His own strength was a kind of restriction. If Long Chen was stronger than him in this aspect, he would be able to suppress him. Life and Death Calamity. He quickly turned his attention to the myriad transformations Demon Venerable's laws. This was his original goal. Roar. The gray tiger let out a furious roar. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen saw countless tiger heads appearing all around him. They let out roars at the same time. It was a terrifying disaster. The transformation is really marvelous. The ancestral Chaos Kun beast was the strongest in the Eastern Star region. Transforming into them was also the myriad transformations Demon Venerable's ultimate move. Although it was a spar, he didn't want to lose to Long Chen. It's time to get serious. The other party's space laws were indeed shocking, but it was a little different from Lingxi's. Amidst the gray tiger's roar, the space within 1,000,000 meters was once again under immense pressure. It didn't shatter, but it was being compressed. It was like layers of steel walls surrounding Long Chen. Break. Long Chen also got serious. He had to completely understand the other party's laws before the battle ended. Of course, Li Xuanji was also watching. His plan would only succeed if he succeeded. Fight. Chapter 3052. The Emperor's Sacred Beast was secretly surprised. I didn't expect Long Chen to be so strong. His battle with the myriad transformations Demon Venerable, who has transformed into the ancestral Chaos Kun beast, is still ongoing. In the eyes of the Emperor's Sacred Beast, the entire starry sky was occupied by these two guys. Both of them were constantly flashing in the starry sky. The destructive power of the battle between divine venerables was indeed earth-shattering. The myriad transformations guy is already at his limit, but he still can't do anything to Long Chen. The Emperor Sacred Venerable understood that although it seemed that the myriad transformations demon venerable had the upper hand, it seemed that Long Chen was deliberately stalling for time. He prolonged the battle to observe the changes and simulations of the myriad transformations demon venerable. At that moment, a giant gray rock was shuttling between heaven and earth. When it spread its wings, it blotted out the sky and the sun. It had devouring laws, and everything around it disappeared in the vortex it created. Long Chen struggled bitterly in front of this rock. Heart of the Great Void. The laws of time caused everything in the surroundings to stand still. Only the rock's time sped up, causing its devouring whirlpool to rapidly collapse. After fighting for nearly an hour, Long Chen already had a good understanding of his opponent's combat style. At that moment, the other party seemed to want to change again while time was still. It wanted to transform into the last state of the ancestral chaos Kun beast. Long Chen, I understand. Suddenly, Li Xuanji's voice sounded a little surprised. All along, Long Chen had been observing from the side while Li Xuanji was basically observing everything. She now had the same talent as the ancestral dragon warrior and could even be separated from Long Chen's body. When her voice trailed off, Long Chen instantly felt that he had naturally comprehended a new rule of variation. In fact, it was Li Xuanji who had comprehended it. However, Li Xuanji and Long Chen were one and the same, so Long Chen had directly comprehended it before he could overcome the difficult problems. This rule is called Myriad Transformations Dream Shadows. It's the foundation of the Umbra Dream Charm Dragon's rule, but it's exactly the same as the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign's rule. Xian Ji's rule is based on the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign's performance and the execution of the rule. Step by step, she'll be able to understand and simulate the rule. As long as we understand what's going on, the inherited blood will allow us to quickly grasp the rule. This was the advantage that Long Chen had over others. In terms of rules, he had to spend very little effort. Swoosh. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need for him to continue fighting with the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable. Long Chen rapidly charged forward in the heart of the Great Void. Before the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable could transform into a new form, he used the sky-burying coffin to seal it within. That's all for today. Thank you very much for sparring with me. I've learned a lot. Long Chen removed many of the rules, allowing the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable to regain his freedom. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was in the midst of a heated battle. If it had been in the past, he would definitely not have agreed to it. However, the key now was for Long Chen to bring them to the ancestral Han Kuan realm so that it would be easier for them to complete their mission. Even if he was still a little wary of Long Chen and wanted to defeat him to prove himself, he still held back. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Seeing is believing. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. In the entire 10,000 realms, there aren't many who can defeat you. You're so young, but you're already someone who stands at the top of countless lives. I'm really impressed." Long Chen was still comprehending the Myriad Transformations Dream Shadows in his heart. He said, "Your rule of transformation is ever-changing and mysterious. It's truly admirable. If there's a chance in the future, I might find you to spar with me again. I hope you won't reject me. I couldn't ask for more. But for now, you should send us to the ancestral Han Kuan realm as soon as possible," the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable said. "No problem," Long Chen said straightforwardly. He approached the two hierarchs. After a battle, they now trusted Long Chen a little and weren't as hostile as before. Moreover, Long Chen had already let Lingxi out. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and the others knew that the gate of the universe was controlled by a woman beside Long Chen. "So this is my sister-in-law. Brother Long Chen is really lucky." The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable glanced at Lingxi. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still attracted by Lingxi's temperament. She will open the gate of the universe. The two of you can enter directly. After Longchen finished speaking, he signaled to Lingxi. Lingxi nodded and smiled sweetly at the two before directly opening the gate of the universe. The bracelet grew bigger and turned into an illusory circular gate. It flickered with ripples and appeared in front of the four. Send it over and you will reach the ancestral Hun Kuan realm. Please. Lingxi was the first to walk. Her graceful figure walked into the gate of the universe and was drowned in the brilliance of the gate of the universe. Lingxi entered first. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable and the Emperor Beast looked at each other and didn't suspect anything. At this moment, the Emperor Beast took a step forward and stepped into the gate of the universe. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable followed behind. Thank you. I will definitely tell the saint about all the help you have given us today. From now on, you are a friend of the demon race. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable said and also stepped into the gate of the universe. There was a momentary gap between him and the Emperor Beast. A cold glint flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He followed almost immediately after the myriad transformations Demon Venerable. For a moment, the world seemed to spin. In just an instant, Long Chen appeared above a sea of blood. This was the Death Realm. That's right. Lingxi had directly sent them to the Death Realm through the gate of the universe. It wasn't difficult for her and Long Chen to complete this step. In the Death Realm, Long Chen and the myriad transformations Demon Venerable appeared. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable had also just arrived. When he saw that his surroundings weren't a tunnel through space, but a sea of blood, he was slightly stunned. Behind him, there was only Long Chen. As for the Emperor Beast, he was naturally sent to another place. The moment the Emperor Beast stepped into the gate of the universe, Long Chen asked Lingxi to change the direction of the gate of the universe. This was actually a piece of cake for Lingxi, Long Chen. The myriad transformations demon sovereign suddenly turned his head. He had already realized that there was something fishy going on. Now that he thought about it, Long Chen had agreed so easily. Although it had been as easy as lifting a finger, a prideful person like him should have rejected the two of them when they had rejected him so much. How could he really help them? However, Long Chen had prepared for this moment for a long time. The Primordial Dragon Pagoda. He didn't use the Primordial Dragon Pagoda during the battle just now. When the Primordial Dragon Pagoda fused with Long Chen's body, his strength underwent an earth-shattering change, allowing him to surpass his own limits and reach an unprecedented level. Before the myriad transformations Demon Venerable could react, Long Chen, who had long been prepared, displayed the Heart of the Great Void in front of him. This was the strongest level of the Heart of the Great Void. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable's strongest ability was transformation. In fact, his true combat power was the weakest among all ultimate gods when he did not transform into other experts. He was even the weakest among all ultimate gods in the myriad universe. This was his weakness. If Long Chen attacked before he transformed, the chances of success would be extremely high. At this moment, the Primordial Dragon Pagoda descended and the Heart of the Great Void stopped time and suppressed the myriad transformations Demon Venerable to the extreme. It would be very easy for Long Chen to kill him at this time. However, there was no real enmity between them, so Long Chen chose to suppress him. After integrating the power of the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and summoning the Sky-Burying Coffin, the myriad transformations Demon Venerable was suppressed in the Sky-Burying Coffin. The Primordial Dragon Pagoda emerged from Long Chen's body and entered the Sky-Burying Coffin to suppress the myriad transformations Demon Venerable's head, causing him to fall into an eternal time stop. In fact, the myriad transformations Demon Venerable should really want to know what Long Chen was planning. But he had no choice. The power of the Primordial Dragon Pagoda was too strong. Long Chen easily suppressed him when he was at his weakest. Although the Primordial Dragon Pagoda consumes a lot of energy, it's only suppressing the myriad transformations Demon Venerable. It's not difficult, I can hold him off for a while. After settling it, Long Chen's mood was completely relaxed. The sky-burying coffin that sealed the myriad transformations demon Venerable gradually sank into the depths of the blood sea and was submerged by the seawater. The myriad transformations demon Venerable seemed to have disappeared, but he still had a puzzled look in his eyes until Long Chen's entire body changed in front of him. In the end, he turned into a hunchbacked gray-haired old man. There was almost no difference in any part of him. It was the myriad transformations demon Venerable. The same rules as him. The myriad transformations demon Venerable seemed to have seen a miracle. He seemed to finally understand why Long Chen wanted to know about him sparring. When everything was settled, Long Chen immediately began the next step of his plan. Bang! The Emperor Holy Venerable suddenly appeared in the starry sky. I'm here so quickly. The Emperor Holy Venerable looked around curiously. Logically, it should have taken about 10 days. This was the normal speed of the gate of the universe. It had only been less than 15 minutes. This is not near the ancestral Kuan realm. I've been fooled. The Emperor Holy Venerable suddenly realized this. Clearly, Long Chen seemed to have thrown him out casually. Where's that old fellow myriad transformations? The Emperor Holy Venerable realized that this seemed to be a little troublesome. This kind of situation made him a little uncertain. After all, he had a very important mission on his shoulders. There can't be any mistakes in this mission. I'd better hurry and report to the saint. The Emperor Holy Beast thought to himself. But soon, he thought, could it be that Lingxi made a mistake and left me here? She might come back immediately. He and the myriad transformations demon Venerable wanted to give the saint a surprise as soon as possible. If that was the case, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. He used his majestic will to sense the surroundings. This should be near the Kunlun demon world. The Emperor Holy Beast saw a mountain range in the distance. There was still a long way to go to the ancestral Kuan realm. After all, this place was too remote. At this moment, the Emperor Holy Beast felt another expert. It was an extremely familiar aura. That's right, it was his old friend, the myriad transformations demon Venerable. In the distance, the myriad transformations demon Venerable rushed over angrily. He and the Emperor Holy Beast stared at each other. The myriad transformations demon Venerable said angrily, I understand. This Long Chen is purely playing with us. He's simply playing with us. He didn't even intend to send us to the ancestral Kuan realm. He doesn't even put us in his eyes. He's even playing with us. This is infuriating. The Emperor Holy Beast thought about it carefully. It was true. Long Chen had been playing with them from the start. Otherwise, why would he throw them here and run away by himself? The myriad transformations demon Venerable said, now that Long Chen is here, and such a person at that, it might cause trouble for the saint's plan. Now that we've been played with, it seems like we really have to explain the situation here to the saint. If something happens, we won't be able to bear the consequences. The Emperor Holy Venerable was somewhat hesitant. He knew that if he told the saint about this, he would definitely be mocked by others. At this moment, it seemed like the Kunlun demon world's demon race had sensed their presence. The divine martial beast transformed into an old man and hurriedly ran over. The moment he arrived, he knelt on the ground and said, Two divine venerables, you're finally here. You must uphold justice for me. There's a guy called Long Chen who entered my Kunlun demon world's sacred land and stole my things. The two exchanged glances. The Emperor Holy Venerable finally understood. They really had to tell the saint about Long Chen's existence. Chapter 3053. Long Chen did not have anything on him that could contact the Son of God. Hence, he had to rely on the Emperor's sacred beast to contact the Son of God. In fact, according to the two ultimate gods' personalities, it would be more suitable for the myriad transformations demon Venerable to contact them. That's right, the real myriad transformations demon Venerable had been suppressed by him in the depths of the Blood Sea, under the primordial dragon pagoda, where time had stopped. He could not move at all. With just a few words, the Supreme Emperor Beast was tricked into contacting the Chaos Sun first. Although the Emperor's sacred beast was a powerful supreme deity and was the master of the Emperor's sanctuary, he was actually easier to fool. Moreover, he would never have thought that there was another similar law of transformation in the myriad realms besides the myriad transformations demon venerable. In the infinite worlds, it was easy to change into someone else's appearance. However, from the beginning to the end, and even to the very depths, even the rules and powers that were displayed were more or less the same. Only the myriad transformations demon venerable could deceive the sacred Emperor Beast to such an extent. The Emperor's sacred beast would never have imagined that the myriad transformations demon venerable in front of it was a fake. The myriad transformations demon sovereign had always pretended to be someone else, making it hard for others to tell him apart. He had never been impersonated before. Son of Chaos, something has happened. The Holy Emperor Beast began communicating with the Chaos Son of Chaos. Speak. The Supreme Emperor Beast began to describe the details of its encounter with Long Chen. Saint Son, he brought them into the gate of the universe and then threw us here. He's clearly toying with us. His goal is to test the laws of myriad transformations. This person has the gate of the universe and can instantly change his position, making it difficult to chase after him. If he's still nearby, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. Long Chen pretended to be very cautious and said, moreover, he knows our intentions for this trip. With his current ability in the gate of the universe, I feel that even the patriarchs can't really do anything to him. It's because of this concern that we're telling you. Yes. Furthermore, he snatched away the divine martial beast's treasure in the Kunlun demonic world. It looks like he has been wandering around the area recently. He was originally fighting the Nine Heavens Divine Mother in the southern starry domain. Now that he's suddenly appeared here, it feels somewhat strange. Long Chen and the Sacred Emperor Beast explained the situation in a few words. Alright, I got it. You guys can come back now. I'll have that old guy send you over. It should be safer. We haven't seen each other for so many years. It's about time we meet again, the Chaos Sun said. Long Chen was delighted. After he embellished the story and described himself as terrifying and an uncertain factor, as expected, the cautious Son of Chaos changed his mind. In the myriad worlds, no one else dared to snatch the possessions of the Chaos demonic ancestor, but it was possible for Long Chen to do so. This was because he had the gate of the universe, and he didn't have a world of his own. Without a foundation, he wandered around, and it was impossible to catch him. Because of this, Di Jun chased him for such a long time, but he was killed by Long Chen. Therefore, the Chaos Saint considered that Long Chen might really try to snatch it. Moreover, with such a person nearby, the time tunnel would be exposed sooner or later. To be safe, he let the Chaos demonic ancestor come on his own to avoid other troubles. Let's go back. The Sacred Emperor Beast did not react immediately. He was only making a report. But this was actually Long Chen's final plan. This was his original plan. First, he would learn the rules of transformation from the Myriad Transformations Demon Lord. If he succeeded, he would imprison the Myriad Transformations Demon Lord and transform into him. Then, he would spread the uncertainty of Long Chen to the Son of Chaos. Given the cautious rules of the Chaos Saint, there was a certain possibility that he would let them go back. In this way, Long Chen would successfully blend into their group. There was a high possibility that he could follow them into the time tunnel. Yes, we'll go back now. Then, he and the Sacred Emperor Beast looked at each other. Does the Sun not trust us? The Sacred Emperor Beast looked worried. Long Chen shook his head. Don't think too much. Of course it's not like that. The Son of Chaos is cautious. He's worried that an uncertain factor like Long Chen will affect his plan. Besides, I think he still wants to meet the Patriarch. He just needs an excuse. It's a great thing for the demon clan that the father and son can get along. Yes, you're right. The Sacred Emperor Beast nodded. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He had managed to deceive the Emperor Sacred Beast with just a bit of nonsense. I don't know much about the myriad transformations, Demon Lord. I'd better talk as little as possible, he thought to himself. Then, the two quickly returned to the time tunnel. The sacred Emperor Beast was a man of few words. Long Chen could stay silent. The biggest problem now was to survive the Chaos Saint and the others. So, he had to understand more about the myriad transformations, Demon Lord. At the end of the day, it's still because their team is too strong. I'm practically fighting against half of the Fei clan single-handedly. Long Chen was also surprised by his current level of strength. Boss, what's the relationship between that guy and me? You'll find out soon. This time, he had to get the thing that belonged to Kitten. This could be considered the only gift Long Chen could give to this brother of his. He had followed him for many years, but had always been in a state of being protected. Come to think of it, he should be quite lonely. About a few days later, they returned to the time tunnel. The Chaos Saint was closest to the time tunnel with his back facing them. The other ultimate gods looked at their return with no expression on their faces. Long Chen first had to suppress his nervousness in the midst of such a group of experts. The more normal the myriad transformations Demon Lord was, the better. He tried his best to ignore the gazes that fell on him. Saint, we're back. Long Chen and the sacred Emperor Beast half-knelt in the starry sky and respectfully looked at the back of the Chaos Sun. At this moment, the Chaos Sun had fused with space and seemed to control the endless territory of space. The endless territory of space was filled with his eyes, and Long Chen felt like he was being scrutinized. He clearly felt that the Chaos Saint was not simple. The ultimate gods are also divided into Primordial Realm, Perfect Realm, and Ultimate Realm. For example, the four great rulers, Savage Ancient God, Heavenly God Luya, and others are all Perfect Realm Ultimate Gods. As for Ultimate Realm Ultimate Gods, they probably don't exist in the myriad worlds anymore. That's a legendary realm. The ultimate gods you've met, whether it's the Savage Sect Master, Immortal Divine Phoenix, Divine Tai Hao, Nine Heaven Saint Mother, or the 10 in front of you, including the Chaos Saint, are actually Primordial Realm Ultimate Gods. Although they seem to be in the same realm, the gap between them is huge. For example, the shady Heavenly Territorial Lord is basically the weakest Primordial Realm Ultimate God. The strongest Primordial Realm Ultimate God should be like the Chaos Saint. It's said that he has a Primordial Incipient Divine Weapon and Primordial Incipient Divine Technique, and he has perfect control over them. In fact, even without Divine Emperor Yuhua's explanation, Long Chen could feel it. For example, the Chaos Saint gave people the feeling that even 10 shady Heavenly Territorial Lords were not as good as him. Moreover, the Primordial Incipient Divine Weapon and Primordial Incipient Divine Technique were basically things that only the Savage Ancient God and the Primordial Incipient Divine Technique could have. It could be said that the Chaos Saint was infinitely close to the four great rulers. In the entire myriad worlds, the one in front of him was ranked in the top 10, or even the top 7, just below the four great rulers. The gap was huge. At least, Long Chen could feel that even with the Primordial Dragon Pagoda, he might not be a match for the Chaos Saint. Therefore, he had to be extremely careful during this trip in the time tunnel. Otherwise, he could easily get into trouble, and it would be a big one, especially since there were several very strong ultimate gods around the Chaos Saint. They were much stronger than the 1,000 Transformations Demon Lord, who was basically at the bottom among them. At this time, the Chaos Saint's eyes fell on Long Chen and the Emperor Beast. Long Chen could not help but feel a little nervous. He was very curious about the relationship between the Chaos Saint and the kitten. It's good that you're back. I've already told my father that he's coming this way. With his speed, he'll be here in a few days, said the Chaos Saint faintly. The Emperor Beast lowered its head and did not speak, so did Long Chen. The two stood up and retreated to the side. The Chaos Saint clasped his hands behind his back, his loose black robe fluttering with the wind generated by the passage of time. His eyes directly penetrated the depths of the time tunnel. The kitten's body, he can be of use. Long Chen was very curious. Before the epoch, the kitten was an existence close to the progenitor realm and surpassed the ultimate god realm. However, this ultimate god was only at the primordial realm. How could he be related to the kitten? It was normal to say that the Chaos Demon Lord and the kitten were related. After all, the kitten's original title was the Reincarnation Demon Lord. After retreating to the side, the other ultimate gods closed their eyes and rested, waiting for time to pass. Everyone dispersed and basically did not speak. Taking this opportunity, Divine Emperor Yu Hua introduced the other ultimate gods to Long Chen. After sneaking in, the more information one had, the less likely it was to be exposed. First, this one. Do you see him? I see him. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was pointing at a skinny but ferocious divine venerable who was pitch black all over. Each of his eyes had 3 pupils, and each of them was like a black star, revolving and devouring. His murderous aura surpassed that of an Emperor Saint Beast, giving off a feeling that no one could approach him. This is the Gouchen Demon Lord. His true form is the Gouchen 6-star Beast, also known as the Gouchen Beast. Divine Emperor Yu Hua basically told Long Chen all the information he knew about the Gouchen Demon Lord. Long Chen remembered them all. Then, he began to introduce the second one. This one was the complete opposite of the Gouchen Demon Lord. He was a white-haired and kind-looking man with 2 goat horns on his head. He was an auspicious beast, but his aura was majestic and might not be inferior to the Gouchen Demon Lord. This is the Gouchen Demon Lord Baze. His true form is the Baze Demon Beast. He has a very good relationship with the Gouchen Demon Lord. Both of them have peak bloodlines and each occupy a domain in the Eastern Star Territory. Chapter 3054. However, Long Chen knew that the 4 he knew were at the bottom of the group. Divine Emperor Yu Hua introduced them according to the order in which they were closest to the Chaos Saint Sun. Generally speaking, the weaker ones would stand further away from the Chaos Saint Sun. For example, the Emperor's sacred beast was the furthest away from him. Do you see those 2? Divine Emperor Yu Hua introduced them one by one while he was free. Long Chen saw 2 ultimate gods who were closer to each other. They were at the same level as Gouchen Demon Venerable. In fact, they were similar to Divine Lord Taihao and Jiutian Xingmu. One of them was a man who looked like he was transformed from a star. Starlight shone from his body and he seemed to have the bloodline of a divine dragon. The other was a woman who looked like she was made of water. Her blue eyes and long hair were mesmerizing. She was surrounded by water vapor. They are the interstellar war god and supreme sea god. Their original forms are the interstellar dragon and the cosmic sea divine beast respectively. It is said that the interstellar dragon and cosmic sea divine beast are slightly stronger than the previous ones but not too far off. However, the remaining 3 are very powerful. They are basically beyond the level of ordinary ultimate gods and are very close to the Chaos Saint Sun. Indeed. Long Chen saw that the 3 of them were the closest to the Chaos Saint Sun. Each of them gave Long Chen a feeling that they were stronger than the ultimate gods he had seen before. With his current state, he might not be able to defeat them even with the help of the primordial dragon pagoda. After all, Long Chen's true realm was the ultimate divine king realm. He was not even a divine emperor yet. The primordial dragon pagoda was already very useful for defeating the ultimate gods. Divine Emperor Yu Hua introduced them to Long Chen one by one. The first one was a tall, strong, and majestic man who looked like a black bear. He had scarlet eyes and a huge mouth full of fangs. His eyes were filled with a strong desire. He was the one with the strongest killing intent among the 9 ultimate gods. He kept glancing around with his mouth wide open and letting out a ha-ha sound as if he wanted to eat everything around him. In this short period of time, he had already taken many things from the God Kingdom and directly consumed them. Now, his mouth was full of blood. This is the Taotai Venerable Monster Lord. His original form is the Taotai Behemoth. He has an exceptionally terrifying bloodline. It seems like he's the only one left in the entire myriad realms. The Taotai behemoth is brutal and gluttonous, but it's the most loyal weapon of the Son of Chaos. Just like the Son of Chaos dog, it'll definitely bite whoever it points at. Amazing! Long Chen exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. He seemed to have guessed the true form of this Taotai beast. It was definitely an incomparably huge monster with a huge mouth that was created to tear its opponents apart. It would definitely have an extremely tough leather armor. At that time, even the ghost blood curse might not be able to cut through it. But soon, Divine Emperor Yuhua moved on to the next one. This was a very ordinary woman with an extremely mediocre appearance. She lowered her head and stood in a corner near the Son of Chaos. She's the beast mother of all creation. She seems to be a queen bee and is the leader of the insect clan among the demon clan. She seems to be relatively low-key and there are few rumors about her. However, she's a character that even the Taotai behemoth is afraid of. Although she doesn't speak much, her senses are very sharp. You have to be careful of her. Long Chen nodded. He indeed knew that this beast mother of all creation looked mediocre, but this kind of person was the most terrifying, especially when she had her eyes on you. Of the 9 ultimate gods, 8 had been introduced. The last one was next to the Son of Chaos. In fact, Long Chen had noticed her long ago. Before the Son of Chaos appeared, she was the leader of this team and also the 3rd woman here. This was a very beautiful woman who could even topple the myriad realms. Her beauty was unparalleled and should be more famous than the 9 heaven Saint Mother in the myriad realms. Her light green hair was like a waterfall, and her temperament was outstanding. She was enchanting yet solemn, like a tranquil goddess. She stood next to the Son of Chaos motionlessly and looked at him gently, forming an extremely beautiful picture. However, she was flawed. She was perfect from head to toe. Her biggest regret was that she only had one leg. Although the hem of her skirt was hidden, Long Chen could still see it at a glance. The lack of a leg made her feel a great regret, and it always made people sad. He felt that such a perfect thing, a masterpiece of the heavens, should not be missing a leg. This is the immortal phoenix of the Panga continent. Although she is also a bird of the demon clan, she is not as good as her. She is the real empress of the birds. Divine Phoenix is perfect, but she is flawed. And it is this flaw that has created her glory. She is the divine bird, Shangyang. Generally, people called her the goddess of Shangyang. Long Chen could not help but take a few more glances at this goddess of Shangyang, who was stronger than the immortal phoenix. In terms of bloodline, the divine phoenix should be similar to her, but she had indeed gone further. She should be in the same realm as the Taotai and the beast mother of all creation, or even stronger. At this point, Long Chen had memorized all the divine venerables. Those he could defeat were the myriad transformation beast, the Emperor's sacred beast, the star domain dragon, the cosmic sea divine beast, the Gochin 6-star beast, and the Baize demon beast. Those he could only contend with were the beast mother of all creation, the Taotai, and the goddess of Shangyang. The one who was the least confident, and who was definitely not as good as her for the time being, was the Son of Chaos. 10 terrifying opponents. This really made him nervous. Moreover, the Chaos demonic ancestor is still coming this way. He is the ancestral beast of chaos, and he is also good at the law of space. Who knows how fast he will arrive? His law of space is definitely stronger than Di Jun. This was actually what Long Chen was most worried about, so in fact, he did not have much time. When the Chaos demonic ancestor came, the chances of him getting Kitten's body were almost zero, so he had to find a chance to enter the tunnel of time before he arrived. If he forced his way through, he would definitely be attacked by these 9 divine venerables, and he might even lose his life. Kitten's body was of great importance, so he must not act recklessly. Encountering such a situation, even the carefree Kitten was worried. This was the first time his own matter was involved. He said awkwardly, "Boss, why don't we forget it? Competing with them now is like hitting a rock with an egg. It's better to wait for a while. Even if my body is taken away by them, they probably won't be of any use to me." When you are stronger than them, you can snatch it back. There is no need to take risks. Long Chen shook his head and said, since he can feel the existence of your body, he might be able to use it. This may be your last chance. Since you are here, you must not give up. Don't worry, we have the life and death realms and the gate of the universe. Even if we lose in the end, there will be no danger. This is what we can rely on. Although Kitten was worried, everyone's fighting spirit was actually very high. Especially now that they had mixed in with them, they had a certain advantage. Now, let's see if the Son of Chaos has any plans to let everyone go in again before the Chaos demonic ancestor arrives. Long Chen thought. As long as there was, he could go in and take a look. It was very likely that he had a way to enter the time tunnel. If we wait here, the longer we wait, the greater the possibility of being exposed. 1 day, 2 days, half a month had passed. During this period of time, the Son of Chaos did not move at all. He looked at the time tunnel, and only the gentle Shangyang fairy occasionally said something to him. The other ultimate gods did not dare to go too close and stayed where they were, waiting for instructions from the Son of Chaos. Apart from the Emperor's sacred beast, the ultimate gods basically did not communicate with Long Chen. Because of this, there was basically no possibility of being exposed. This day was a little more thrilling. The Shangyang fairy originally stayed quietly beside the Son of Chaos. At this time, she turned around and looked around at the ultimate gods. Suddenly, she saw Long Chen and appeared in front of Long Chen. She looked at Long Chen for a while and suddenly said in a soft and sweet voice, "Myriad transformations, Demon Venerable, you seem to be a little different." This sentence really shocked Long Chen. This woman's observation skills were so detailed. During this period of time, he did not say anything. For a moment, he was ready to fight. At most, he would rush to the time tunnel during the battle. Before Long Chen could react, the Shangyang fairy smiled sweetly. Her smile was very comfortable. This was a gentle woman that made people intoxicated. She said, "Is it because you questioned the Son of Chaos that day and everyone reprimanded you? Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Everyone has some strange ideas. As long as you know that the Son of Chaos will never do meaningless things, it will be fine. So, you don't have to worry too much. Just say a few more words and liven things up like you used to." Hearing this, Long Chen understood that the other party did not recognize him at all. She only thought that the myriad transformations Demon Venerable was frightened. He nodded and said, "Thank you, I understand. That's good. We are a big family. Everyone should open their hearts and share weal and woe." The Shangyang fairy smiled gently. Her shallow dimples made people feel deep warmth. After saying this, the Shangyang fairy went back. This interlude only slightly surprised Long Chen. Nothing happened. "Are you okay?" asked the Emperor Holy Venerable beside him. "I'm fine." Long Chen looked into the depths of the time tunnel and changed the topic. A few days later, the Son of Chaos suddenly turned around and scanned the crowd. He said, "I can't wait any longer. Everyone, before my father comes, this is the last time. Let's work together to explore this place and see if we can find the real entrance. I don't believe that with just the 10 of us, we can't even enter this place." Yes. The ultimate gods had no objections and basically agreed. Chapter 3055. Let's try one last time. The Chaos Saint gave everyone a little time to prepare. Long Chen was among the group of ultimate gods and was quite surprised. This was a rare opportunity. Maybe they could enter the time tunnel from here. After all, he was different from the Chaos Saint. The latter had searched here for a long time without any results, but that was not necessarily the case for Long Chen. In terms of time law, Long Chen definitely had a deeper understanding than the Chaos Saint. Not long after, all 9 ultimate gods lined up in front of the Chaos Saint. Their task was to open the way for the Chaos Saint so that he could preserve his strength and use it at the most critical moment. In front of them, the vortex of the time tunnel was very close. The vortex of time was changing like an invisible force that was already pulling on one's body, making it difficult for one to stand still. Long Chen followed the other godly venerables and stood where he was supposed to stand. Behind him, the Chaos Saint's gaze seemed to be on him, but when he looked back, the Chaos Saint was looking at the depths of the time tunnel, his gaze extremely deep. It seems that I was overthinking. Let's go. At the Chaos Saint's command, the 9 ultimate gods moved almost at the same time and lined up in a ring outside the time tunnel with the Chaos Saint at the back of the center of the ring. For the sake of the next victory, Long Chen could only try to keep himself in line with the others as much as possible. At the Chaos Saint's command, everyone started moving and rushed toward the depths of the time tunnel. The power of the 9 ultimate gods formed a huge force impact, forming a substantial force like a cone piercing into the time tunnel. Boom! Long Chen finally entered the time tunnel, and the surrounding dark space became a deep tunnel. There was a dim light that formed a ring that flickered in the surroundings, just like the fire in this deep tunnel. They seemed to be heading to the depths of the universe. The most obvious thing was that the changes in the surrounding time were too strong, and it was getting stronger. The Eternal Dragon City's Sea of Time on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent actually also had laws that could reverse time, but compared to this time tunnel, it was simply child's play. The changes in the speed of time in this place were too great and too intense. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. Back then, the immortal divine Phoenix had not truly ventured deep into this place. In this place, the acceleration and deceleration of time were normal. This was because the change in time formed a kind of pulling force that was the most fatal, and also something that needed to be overcome with great difficulty. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of the wind in the surroundings faded away. The tunnel around them was still expanding, and the light of the stars kept flashing past them. The circular tunnel in front of them was still a bottomless pit. From everyone's expression, it could be guessed that this was actually the shallowest part of the time tunnel. This is it. I can already feel it. In the Divine Kingdom, Kitten seemed to be a little nervous. He had always been sloppy, but this time, he was a little restless. All right. Long Chen knew what to do. Soon, the change of time had reached a level that even deity emperors could not bear. Only they could persist. Now, they could even see the time cracks caused by the change of time with their eyes. They were like sharp blades. If they were to cut their bodies, they could even be cut in half. The time beast is about to appear. As usual, I'll leave it to you to deal with it. The cold and indifferent voice of the Holy Son of Chaos sounded from behind them. Yes. The ultimate gods echoed in agreement. Time behemoth. Long Chen had never heard of such a thing. He had seen the myriad transformations demon Venerable transform into the Han Kuan ancestor beast, so he directly transformed into a grey tiger and displayed the spatial power that the myriad transformations demon Venerable had displayed to deal with the time beasts. At this time, almost every monster had encountered the time beasts, so no one noticed that Long Chen's movements were slow just now. Boom. Long Chen himself had encountered 2 time beasts. The myriad transformations demon Venerable's true ability was not too strong, so Long Chen did not dare to be too exaggerated. However, the terrifying true forms of the other ultimate gods shocked him. The astral domain dragon was an illusory astral flood dragon. Its body did not exist, but there were tens of thousands of black stars forming the important acupuncture points of its body. It looked like a moving astral domain. Countless black stars swirled up and down, and the silhouette of the stellar domain giant dragon could be vaguely seen. There was also the cosmic sea divine beast. Its body carried a majestic ocean, so its true form could not be seen at all. However, when Long Chen took a closer look, he could still see it clearly. It was a dark blue octopus with azure gems hanging on its body. There were tens of thousands of gems, and each blue gem was like its bright eyes. Inside it, there was infinite power. The Taotai giant beast was even more terrifying. It was a completely ferocious beast, and its divine body was the largest among the 9 ultimate gods. It had a bloody mouth, a scarlet tongue, ferocious eyes, sharp claws, and black hair like a poisonous snake. It was like a black disaster, and anyone who saw it would be afraid. The mother of all things, Long Chen did not have time to see it clearly, but it seemed to be a strange queen bee. It was probably very special, as if there were countless fierce beasts hidden in its body, and it could be born at any time. Finally, there was the divine bird Shangyang. Long Chen had seen the immortal phoenix before. The peak bloodlines of these 2 birds were actually very similar, but the divine bird Shangyang did not have the dominating and domineering power of the immortal phoenix. Instead, it was more ethereal and elegant, like a lone king, cold and arrogant. Like a green cold light, it was the fastest to defeat the time behemoths. As for the others, Long Chen did not have time to see them clearly. He was entangled by the time behemoths. Long Chen focused on using some of the ancestral beast Hun rules to deal with the 2 time behemoths. At the same time, more time behemoths appeared. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 ultimate gods were like a hot knife through butter, smashing the time behemoths one by one. The time behemoths themselves were just rules, and would not really die, so Long Chen did not have to worry. His speed was the slowest. He was not proficient in changing the rules, so it was normal. The time tunnel suddenly became a battlefield for the rules. The time behemoths could use several time rules with great power. Even time stop could stop the emperor's sacred beasts in their tracks. Basically, divine emperors could not resist the power of such rules, so divine emperors basically did not dare to come here. Are you a piece of trash? At that moment, the Taotai behemoth suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen and tore the time behemoth in front of him with one claw. Its sharp claws and teeth almost reached Long Chen. You are the slowest every time. Do you still have the face? Haha. The Taotai behemoth burst into laughter, his face full of contempt. His huge force knocked Long Chen away, and he immediately continued to go deeper, dismembering the time behemoths one by one. The other ultimate gods pretended not to see that scene. The Taotai behemoth had such a character. As the weakest in the group, Long Chen was looked down upon. That was actually normal. Everyone was busy opening the path for the Chaos Saint Sun and no one paid much attention to Long Chen. Humph. Long Chen pretended to be indignant and increased the speed of his fight with the time behemoths. With 9 ultimate gods opening the way, the Chaos Saint Sun made rapid progress. He put his hands behind his back and looked deeper into the time tunnel. We are reaching the deep sea soon. The real entrance is in the deep sea. Long Chen heard the other ultimate gods were already talking about it. It seemed that the deep sea should be a place with greater resistance. He looked deep into the time tunnel and saw that there seemed to be waves of light in the depths. It seemed to be a rare quiet place. Soon, the crucial moment will arrive. Victory or defeat depends on this. At that point, all the ultimate gods' expressions became serious. Long Chen was a little nervous. After all, it was also a crucial moment for him. As long as I reach the deep sea, it's probably not easy to move. If I want to escape, I can find the entrance myself. However, the closer he got to the deep sea, the more Long Chen had an ominous feeling. Chapter 3056. Am I imagining things? Now was the most critical time and Long Chen had to be cautious. After all, the things in the time tunnel were too important to kitten. I don't think so. Li Xuanji suddenly said, maybe we've revealed some flaws. I also feel that something is wrong. Although it seems random, from the beginning until now, I have a feeling of being surrounded and restricted. They always put you in a position where you can't leave. This is definitely not a coincidence. After listening to Li Xuanji, Long Chen understood. It seemed that it was not the Chaos Saint who fell into his trap, but he himself who fell into the Chaos Saint's trap. At this moment, they arrived at the deep sea ahead. rumble. One by one, the giant beasts crashed into the deepest part of the time tunnel, splashing waves all over the sky. The entire sea was turbulent, but Long Chen could clearly feel that the sea was composed of the power of time. This was the Sea of Time. The Eternal Dragon City's Sea of Time was just ordinary water, but the Sea of Time here, every drop of seawater was an illusion of the power of time. It seemed calm at this time, but if it really went berserk, it would probably be terrifying. With so much power of time, every drop could probably destroy a large area of territory. However, Long Chen's attention was no longer on the deep sea. After entering, he transformed into the myriad transformations demon venerable in human form and stopped in his tracks. The moment he stopped, the other 8 ultimate gods also suddenly stopped moving. They looked at Long Chen with covetous eyes and also transformed into human form, surrounding Long Chen in a circle. Among them, the indifferent Chaos Saint stood in front of Long Chen. He was one of the most powerful figures in the myriad worlds. His eyes were illusory and he possessed 3 rather terrifying laws. Just by standing like that, he had already brought a lot of pressure to Long Chen. At this time, the deep sea was unusually quiet. I didn't expect you to find out. The Chaos Saint shook his head helplessly and smiled slightly. The 9 ultimate gods formed a monstrous pressure that formed an irresistible cage. Under such circumstances, Long Chen could not move at all. However, if he could see through their movements in advance, there would always be a chance to break them. It's probably because I didn't expect that my disguise would be discovered by you. Long Chen looked around at them, and his eyes finally fell on the Chaos Sun. Among this group of people, he was still the most terrifying. Long Chen now had a rough idea. It was obvious that they knew about his myriad transformations demon venerable disguise before sending it. It seemed that they had deliberately planned to enter the time tunnel this time. As for their goal, Long Chen still had some doubts. What exactly did they want to do by luring him here? Long Chen returned to his original appearance and confronted the 9 ultimate gods. The Chaos Saint's eyes, which were as deep as the time tunnel, looked at the Shangyang fairy beside him and said, "It's not me who found out, it's her. She already knew when I spoke to you. Although it's unbelievable that you can use the myriad transformations rules, you can't deny that sometimes women are just too meticulous." He seemed to be chatting, but the 8 ultimate gods under him were full of murderous intent. "What did you do to the myriad transformations demon venerable? Hurry up and release him. Our holy sun might still give you a way out. Long Chen, don't try to be brave in this situation, lest you regret it in the end. This is the world of the demon clan, and you can only be dominated." The Taotai behemoth, in particular, had the most intense murderous intent in its eyes. Indeed, Long Chen was now in a passive position. The murderous intent was hidden in the depths, just like the deep sea in the time tunnel. It looked calm on the surface, but a storm was about to break out. The Chaos Saint was very calm and said, "Although we noticed that you are Long Chen, our plan was still seen through by you. I originally thought that you had a way to let us enter this world, so I played along and let you crack it. Now that you know, I have no choice but to subdue you. As for the time tunnel, wait for my father." The Chaos Saint was the kind of person who would do what he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave an order. At the same time, all the ultimate gods attacked almost at the same time. Just their aura alone could crush Long Chen. Under such circumstances, Long Chen's only option was to break through his limits and quickly escape into the death rain. Otherwise, it would be fatal. If he was even a little slower, he would be turned into ashes. Whoosh! The 9 ultimate gods' rules attacked at the same time, but Long Chen disappeared. Entering the death rain, Long Chen still had lingering fears. It was too dangerous this time, and there were 2 realms of life and death. At this moment, Kitten said a little nervously, "Boss, what are you going to do? I think I can roughly feel where the entrance they are looking for is. Do you know?" Long Chen smiled. After escaping from the encirclement, his mind was much clearer now. He said, "Then let's wait for them to leave." Once they leave, we will look for it ourselves. For the past 10 days or so, he had transformed into a myriad transformations demon venerable, so he did not have time to open the death rain and leave his rule's mark. Now, the other rule's mark he left behind had basically disappeared. Therefore, if Longchen wanted to leave the death rain, he would either have to open the gate of the death rain just now or leave through the third heaven. Moreover, it was not easy to get here, so Longchen did not want to give up. However, at this moment, he heard the Chaos Sun say from outside, "Longchen, I know you very well. I have investigated too many things about you, and I know what you are good at. I know what your life and death reign is. You can only hold on for about 10 days at most. If you don't come out of this position for a few more days, you will be completely out of this place. When you come back again, this place will be my world." The Chaos Sun knew the characteristics of Long Chen's Death Rain's gate. This gate was open and would close in about 10 days. The other gates that had been opened had already closed. As long as they stayed outside and did not leave, there was really nothing Long Chen could do. If he waited for more than 10 days, the last gate that had just been opened would close, and he would not be able to get out at all. He would have to come back through the third heaven, which would take at least 2 months. Old ancestor Hun Kun was proficient in spatial rules. Who knew when he would arrive? For a moment, everyone in the God Nation was at a loss. This Chaos Sun is really powerful. He has long understood you, big brother. This way, we are in a passive position. What should we do now? For a moment, everyone was talking at once. Long Chen made the final decision and said, "Since we are in a deadlock, let's give it a try. Let little she use the gate of the universe. As long as we move slightly in this deep sea, we will be able to shake them off. Then, we can open more gates here, just like in the hive of the universe. Even if old ancestor Hun Kun comes, he won't be able to do anything to us." Okay. Lingxi nodded. She could use the gate of the universe very quickly, especially for small distance transmissions. Now that the deep sea seemed to be in a calm state, the danger of transmissions was not that great. Long Chen was decisive and did what he said he would do. He and Lingxi were ready. At this moment, the primordial dragon pagoda released the seal on the myriad transformations demon venerable, and the sky-burying coffin was removed. The myriad transformations demon venerable gradually woke up. While he was still in a daze, Long Chen abruptly opened the final door of the realm of death and threw him out. The myriad transformations demon venerable was still in a daze. Outside, the 9 ultimate gods, including the Chaos Sun, were already ready. When Long Chen's gate of the death realm was opened, their overwhelming law attacks raged almost at the same time and landed on the myriad transformations demon venerable with devastating power. Before the myriad transformations demon venerable could fully react, the 9 ultimate gods' laws were directly evaporated and smashed into pieces. There was no other way. Otherwise, if Long Chen came out, Long Chen would be the one dead. An ultimate god was instantly killed in a siege. It showed how determined they were to kill Long Chen. All of this came from the Chaos Sun's order. The Chaos Sun was indeed decisive, cold-blooded, and arrogant. As soon as the myriad transformations demon venerable died, the ultimate gods realized they had killed the wrong person and quickly stopped. Long Chen seized the opportunity and rushed out. Lingxi opened the gate of the universe beside him and went in before the 9 ultimate gods could attack again. "Goodbye, everyone." Long Chen's voice was still floating in the air. Myriad transformations demon venerable. The ultimate gods' hearts were in turmoil when they saw the myriad transformations demon venerable dead. Of course, they could not attack Long Chen anymore, especially the Emperor's sacred beast who had the best relationship with the myriad transformations demon venerable. He was stunned to see the myriad transformations demon venerable killed while he was defenseless. How could this be? The other ultimate gods were also dumbfounded. However, it was undeniable that they were too ruthless and did not give the slightest chance, which led to the myriad transformations demon venerable's death. Of course, all the ultimate gods shifted their hatred to Long Chen. Hence, unprecedented hatred erupted in the deep sea as everyone's eyes focused on the Chaos Sun. Sun. Alright, I'll give you a satisfactory answer. The Chaos Sun's expression was indifferent. Just as he finished speaking, the deep sea finally began to riot. The power of time was reversed to the extreme and was even more terrifying than the time behemoth. Under such circumstances, finding the entrance to the next world was naturally more difficult than ascending to heaven. The Chaos Sun led the ultimate gods and disappeared into the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Longchen appeared, he encountered a time explosion. However, he was still proficient in time law, so he could still control it for the time being. Boss, I know the location. Let's go there and shake them off. Only then did Kitten get excited. The pressure from before was now completely gone. As for the myriad transformations demon venerable, Longchen could only express his helplessness. He did not expect the 9 ultimate gods to be so cruel. If they did not want to kill Longchen, the myriad transformations demon venerable would not have died. Chapter 3057. Time in the deep sea was mainly chaotic, and the time cracks formed by too much time fluctuation became the most lethal weapon. If one was lucky, they would encounter fewer of them, but if one was unlucky and was always in the spacetime cracks, it would be troublesome. On the Chaos Saint \S side, the 9 ultimate gods formed a square formation, forming an indestructible whole, and shuttled through the time storm. The main thing was that the sudden time cracks were the most difficult to deal with. Longchen relied on his understanding of the time law to resolve the time power of the ultimate gods and stabilize time so that he could move forward in the deep sea. He was like a fish in this sea of time, while the 9 ultimate gods formed a rock. The fish's movements were even more agile than the boulders. The key was that Kitten, who did not understand the time law at all, could actually guide the way for Longchen because of his perception of the real body. Although it was a little vague, he at least knew the location. He was not like the Chaos Sun, who had explored the deep sea for so many years and was forced out by the storm of time every time before his power was exhausted. Now, he had marked many locations in the deep sea of time, but in fact, even if he marked the locations, he was not sure whether they were the real entrances or not. The deep sea was always changing, and it was too difficult to find the entrance. But for Longchen, it seemed to be a piece of cake. This way, this way. Kitten was proud again. As soon as Longchen was out of their control, he was like a fish in the sea, relaxed and free. Following Kitten \S instructions, he quickly approached. I\M sure it \S right in front. Kitten chuckled. That Chaos Saint's son looks awesome, but compared to me, Lord Cat, he's simply trash. He can \T even compare to 1/10, no, 100th. Hee hee. I, Grandpa Cat, am the real awesome one. The era that belongs to me is coming soon. He was so proud that he jumped up and down in the realm of life. Everyone was already used to him being like this. At this time, they all looked at him with contempt. Longchen smiled. Kitten had followed him for too long. As long as he was happy, it was also a sense of accomplishment. No matter what the relationship between the Son of Chaos and Kitten was, he would do his best to solve the problem of his main body this time. Found it, it's that stone. Kitten said excitedly. Which one? At the bottom of the Sea of Time, there were many stones floating in the seawater. There were large and small stones, and they contained powerful time energy. Sometimes, being hit by these stones would be fatal. This. Kitten took Longchen to a very ordinary stone. This was a stone suspended in the time sea. There were many similar stones around it, and they were constantly moving in the fluctuations of the time sea. No wonder they couldn't find it. The entrance is constantly changing. No matter how they mark it, they can't find it. Boss, this is something related to time. You have to think of a way to open it. In any case, I don't have a way. Yes. Longchen nodded. He circled around the small stone and had a better understanding of it. It was not that this stone was the entrance, but that the entrance was hidden in this dark gray stone. The power of time. Longchen first used the sacrificial spear. Obviously, this entrance could only be opened by destroying the stone. Therefore, Longchen condensed the power of the death world on the sacrificial spear. The death world's tribulation was the most lethal of the rules he had mastered. Whoosh! Bang! The sacrificial spear pierced the stone. The surrounding sea of time shook. With this stone as the center, the surrounding sea of time surged and let out a violent roar. However, the stone flew out, and only a small hole was made on the surface by Longchen. Longchen hurriedly chased after it and found the stone again. It can't be broken. In the realm of life, everyone felt a little regretful. Now that time was tight, it was better to break it as soon as possible, lest the son of chaos caught up. They could instantly kill the myriad transformations demon venerable, so their overall strength was quite terrifying. Don't be anxious. Longchen had a rough idea. He rushed over and stabilized the stone again. He pressed both hands on this dark gray stone with an uneven surface and felt the flow of the power of time. On this stone, time flowed very slowly. Longchen estimated that it was about 1/10,000th of the normal time. Of course, this was only limited to this stone. Next to it was the normal time. Time is too slow. What if I speed it up? At this thought, Longchen held the sacrificial spear in his hand. This time, he changed the rules. He no longer wanted to destroy this stone, but used another method. Heart of the Great Void. The power of time condensed on the tip of the sacrificial spear. Whoosh! The sacrificial spear pierced through the sea of time and pierced a passage. During this process, the surrounding chaotic time forced Longchen to stop. Soon, the heart of the Great Void, which had condensed the power of time and extracted the surrounding time, was all infused into the stone. Clang! With a crisp sound, the flow of time on the stone increased instantly, from 1/10,000th to 1/10th. Then, it surpassed the normal time and reached 10 times, then 100 times, 1,000 times, and 10,000 times. When the time rushed to 10,000 times the normal speed, one could see the rapid flow of time on the surface of the stone. At this time, it seemed to have reached its limit. The stone changed completely and began to melt, turning into a ray of light. The light then spread out and directly opened a door in front of Longchen. Behind the door was a gray vortex, which was also the real entrance to the time tunnel. It's open. We can only race against time and compete with each other. Boom! Finally, it was as if he had finally come to this world through that door. Surrounded by a chaotic starry sky, time had become very stable. However, as soon as he arrived here, Longchen felt a huge sense of discomfort. It was an indescribable feeling, but the change was too sudden. It took him a while to adapt. The time in this space is actually 10,000 times slower than the outside world. Today, the normal updates would resume. Although he would definitely not be able to win in a direct confrontation, Longchen did not necessarily need to do so. Soon. Kitten's eyes were wide open and flashed with an intense light. This guy was really nervous now. Right now, Longchen had rushed into a dark world. The broken walls of the ruins of time had probably smashed down and formed the sky, completely sealing off this piece of land. After getting so close, Kitten's main body was like a bright lamp in the dark. Not to mention Kitten, even Longchen himself could feel it. After breaking through the endless darkness, he finally reached a pile of rocks. There were large and small rocks. The large ones covered the sky like pillars that supported the sky, while the small ones were broken into powder and floated in the air. Longchen moved very quietly so as not to attract the other party's attention. At this most critical place, Kitten was almost suffocating. Found it, found it. I see it. His voice was trembling. Long Chen directly threw him into the realm of life. When he arrived at the location he mentioned, he looked up. Although the side was full of rocks, this place was intact. There was a platform here, and on the platform was a white jade dragon's head. Yes, it was the white jade dragon's head. Although it felt different from the previous black jade dragon's head, the material was different, and it was more mysterious. As long as it was something left behind by the divine dragon, it would give Long Chen a sense of familiarity. The white jade dragon's head was not big, only about 1/10 the size of the previous black jade dragon's head. Long Chen didn't seem very big when it was around him. My real body should be inside the body of this dragon's head. I should be able to break this, Kitten said. Long Chen was still calm. Rashly destroying something was reckless, especially something that belonged to the divine dragon. Shut up and keep your voice down. Long Chen knocked him on the head. Got it. This way, this way. Although the little cat was very discouraged by the crystal calf, he also knew that if the body was separated, it would be very troublesome. This basically meant that as long as the Chaos Son of God found one, Long Chen would have to fight with them in order to get it back. Otherwise, no one would be able to get the whole body. There were still 8 ultimate gods in the battle with the Chaos Son. There was basically no chance of winning. Don't let him get it. As such, Long Chen sped up even more. It did not take long for the second position to be almost there. Long Chen could feel it himself. However, when he got closer, he quickly felt danger. He quickly threw Kitten back into the realm of life and looked up. In the vast gray sea of clouds in front of him, there was a floating platform with a white jade dragon head on it. On it, the Chaos Sun, the Shangyang Fairy, the Taotai Behemoth, and the Beast Mother of all things were all on it. They saw Long Chen. Chapter 3059. The Son of Chaos and the others had already surrounded the white jade dragon head, especially the Son of Chaos who was already standing on top of the white jade dragon head. Based on his control of time, he should be preparing to seize what was inside the white jade dragon head. Although it was only a glimpse, one could roughly feel that he was using the same principle as Long Chen, which was to use the principle of time acceleration. As long as his speed could reach a certain level, he could also make the white jade dragon head release Kitten's body. The Taotai Behemoth, the Beast Mother, and the Shangyang Fairy all noticed Long Chen. When the two sides encountered each other at this time, the Son of Chaos smiled coldly and did not move. Instead, the other 3 ultimate gods immediately chased after him. The Taotai Behemoth, the Beast Mother, and the divine bird Shangyang came from 3 directions. Their movements were swift and murderous. They covered this distance in an instant. Except for the Son of Chaos who was still on the white jade dragon head, the others launched a frenzied attack on Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes instantly collided with the Son of Chaos. In the other party's eyes, Long Chen saw confidence and calmness, as if everything was still under his control. From the beginning, he had been so calm. Now, not only did he successfully follow Long Chen in, but he also occupied a white jade dragon head. Although he had lost a myriad transformations Demon Lord, it seemed to be nothing to him. If I defeat the 4 of them here, the possibility of successfully seizing Kitten's body is 0. The Son of Chaos is also proficient in the time law. It's normal for him to get one of the 4 positions. The most important thing is that I have to quickly get the other parts. There are still 2 more. There's no need to fight with them here. After thinking of this, Long Chen instantly made a decision. Before he confronted the Taotai Behemoth and the others, he directly escaped into the death rain and then came out from another position. After coming out, he was already in a position that was relatively far away from the Son of Chaos. Boss, which one do you want? Kitten was a little depressed. It was clearly his own thing, but now there was another guy who came to fight for it. There's no rush. Anyway, we'll still have to fight later. Let's try our best to get as many as possible. Long Chen still remembered the look in the Chaos Sun's eyes. They were calm and indifferent, but it was undeniable that it was more difficult for him to get a part of a kitten's body than for Long Chen. The next location is getting closer. Long Chen was also assisting the gate of the universe, which greatly increased their speed. They were all in the ultimate god realm and were trying their best to save time, even though the time ruin was huge. After all, one day in there was equivalent to 30 years in the outside world. We're here. This time, he was in an abyss. The white jade dragon head was on one of the walls. The surroundings were in ruins, as if it had experienced the greatest destruction. This time, Long Chen didn't waste any time. He used the primordial dragon pagoda to transform into the Great Void cosmic dragon and used the heart of the Great Void to speed up the time of the white jade dragon head. Soon, it was 1,000,000 times faster. In the end, Long Chen obtained another crystal leg. It was slightly different from the last one. The previous one was a front leg, while the one he got now was a back leg. Could it be that the 4 I've detected are all my legs? Kitten was depressed. He found 2 and they were both legs. It couldn't be that the other 2 were the whole body. It's very likely. Long Chen squinted and said. What about the others? Maybe you can't detect them. Maybe they're in other places. It's fine if they're in other places. If you can't detect them, but the Chaos Sun and the others can, then it'll be a little troublesome. That's basically impossible. This is my body. Kitten was very confident about this. It's okay. Find the last one first. Don't let the Chaos Sun get ahead of us. Long Chen threw the crystal leg in his hand to Kitten and then asked him to lead the way to the next place. The last location was a little further away. It was almost on the other side of the ruins of time. Lingxi's gate of the universe hadn't been there before. However, after taking a little risk, the gate of the universe roughly felt the location and distance and locked on to a general place. Only then did Lingxi open the gate of the universe. Whoosh. It didn't take long before they finally arrived. Of course, they only moved to this side, the darker side. It would take some time to find the last part of the main body. This direction. Not only was Long Chen anxious, but Kitten himself was also very anxious. My leg. No one can take my leg. I'll fight with you if anyone does. Long Chen turned into a blood-red light and rushed over. This platform was very obvious. From far away, Long Chen saw the white jade dragon head that appeared in this open space. Found it. Since he could see the position, he was even faster. Long Chen was like a cannonball, instantly hitting the platform. In the blink of an eye, he was on the white jade dragon head and was about to use the primordial dragon pagoda. Boss. Long Chen suddenly stopped. Kitten was nervous, so he hurriedly asked. Someone is coming. Long Chen looked in a direction. His voice was cold, and his killing intent was already spreading. He had already taken 2 parts of Kitten's main body. This was the 3rd one. Including the one found by the Chaos Sun, it seemed that all 4 had appeared. It was just that the last one had run into some trouble. Just as he was about to break the white jade dragon head, his opponents had also come looking for him. It was possible that they had been nearby and had chased after Long Chen. Otherwise, given their level, they might not have been able to find this place. These disgusting fellows are all following us to take advantage of us. This made Kitten very angry. If we don't deal with them, it will be very difficult to focus on breaking this white jade dragon head. After all, it will take some time to break it, Long Chen said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the opponents appeared. In the illusion ahead, 3 figures appeared, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were very majestic, and the woman was as charming as water, extremely beautiful. She wore a long blue dress that was full of deep-sea gems, among which several were eternal-level chaos treasures. Seeing that it was them, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Chaos Sun and the others could not catch up so quickly. Even if he wanted to break the white jade dragon head, it would take a certain amount of time, and he might not even be able to break it. Long Chen wouldn't be worried at all if it was only these three people who had come. These three were Interstellar Domain Dragon, Emperor Holy Beast, and Cosmic Sea God. They were Interstellar Domain War God, Emperor Holy Beast, and Supreme Sea God. Among them, Interstellar Domain War God and Emperor Holy Beast were male while Supreme Sea God was female. The Chaos Sun must have split up the team and searched the entire ruins of time together. Both sides encountered each other here. In order to get Kitten's body, they would definitely have to fight here. Three ultimate gods, let's deal with them separately. I can deal with one of them quickly and then help you guys, Long Chen quickly decided. When their eyes met for the first time, sparks were already flying, especially the Emperor Holy Beast. Its good friend, Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable, had died because of Long Chen, so it transferred all its anger to Long Chen. Big brother, let me deal with that Cosmic Sea God. Although it's a little difficult, I can hold it off for some time, said Mo Xiaolang first. There were also Lingxi and Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji could display Long Chen's abilities through changing the rules. With Lingxi, it was enough to fight against an ultimate god. Long Chen could even defeat an opponent quickly. The only problem was Mo Xiaolang. Big brother, it shouldn't be a problem to hold on for some time. If Mo Xiaolang could not handle it alone, it would be troublesome to have another opponent. He had the Chaos Green Fire now, so it would be difficult for him to die. In the blink of an eye, the three opponents appeared in front of Long Chen. He had to hurry. You also need to look for this thing. The Stellar Domain Giant Dragon was the leader among the three. He glanced at Long Chen and told the Chaos Saint about Long Chen's situation. The Sacred Emperor Beast's eyes were fiery red. The aura of an ultimate god and the pressure of the demon clan's peak bloodline all erupted. The space within 1,000,000 meters was trembling under the violent pressure. Don't talk nonsense with him. I want to avenge the manifold demon venerable. The three of us together can tear him into pieces. The Sacred Emperor Beast's roar shook heaven and earth, causing the ruins of time to tremble. He bypassed the Stellar Domain Giant Dragon and directly attacked. Long Chen made up his mind. He had to finish the battle quickly. In the blink of an eye, three people appeared next to Long Chen. They were Mo Xiaolang, Lingxi, and Li Xuanji, although they appeared in different positions. Those three were the top ultimate gods and could enter the top 3 on the Divine Emperor list. They were all capable of fighting against an ultimate god. Oh. The appearance of 3 helpers was something they didn't expect at all. Mo Xiaolang was the fastest and immediately left Long Chen's side. Chapter 3060. Not long ago, Long Chen, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang fought against Divine Lord Taihao together and won. As for Shang Tian Dao Master, Jiutian Holy Mother, and Divine Lord Taihao, Long Chen had no choice but to separate the 3 of them and fight Jiutian Holy Mother alone to have a chance to defeat her. Today, in the ruins of time, the 4 of them were fighting against 3 ultimate gods. It was a challenge beyond their limits. In particular, Mo Xiaolang's side was quite dangerous. Long Chen needed to deal with his opponents quickly or Mo Xiaolang would be in trouble. At that moment, the Emperor's sacred beast roared and the ruins of time within a radius of 10,000,000 meters trembled. In the midst of doing so, he suddenly transformed into his true form. It was a golden giant beast with the body of a lion but the wings and steel-like feathers of an eagle. The lion and eagle, the 2 overlords of the land and the overlord of the sky, had almost perfectly combined to form a terrifying visual impact. The demon clan's peak bloodline could crush trillions of living beings before the battle even started. On the other side was the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast. Almost at the same time when the Emperor's sacred beast transformed into its true form, the area around Mo Xiaolang had already been submerged by the ocean. The surging seawater swept and roared, drowning Mo Xiaolang who had transformed into the sun-devouring demonic wolf. It was a battle between fire and water. Long Chen saw the true form of the Cosmic Sea God Beast. That beautiful blue-haired woman had already turned into a huge undersea beast. It was an octopus with a lot of tentacles. Those tentacles were inlaid with countless blue gems. They were like the eyes of the undersea, beautiful but also impactful from the ancient bloodline. I know you're powerful, but you'll find that going against the saint is the biggest mistake of your life. No one in the infinite realms can go against the saint, not even the four dominators. The saint's potential has never produced an ultimate god in the infinite realms since the beginning of the era. The infinite realms will be the saint's world for the next few eras. I'll ask you on behalf of the saint, are you willing to join the saint's team? The answer was Long Chen's attack. Mo Xiaolang and the others were involved in the battle. Long Chen was too lazy to talk to the Starfield Dragon. No matter what the Chaos Saint would achieve in the future, Long Chen's vision was different. His future achievement would definitely surpass the Chaos Saint. Among the infinite realms, the four dominators of the original incipient realms had a deep-rooted position. That was why the Astral Field Dragon had so much confidence in the Son of Chaos. However, Long Chen was different. The current 10,000 realms was just a declining world. He had to climb to the peak of the 10,000 realms before he could truly carry out his revenge plan. Revenge and rebirth. It was about himself and the Divine Dragon Clan. Boom. When Long Chen held the Ghost Blood Curse in one hand before the Starfield Colossal Dragon, he felt a terrifying aura impact him. In his eyes, Long Chen was already a peerless god of death who had killed thousands of demons and gods. Long Chen had risen so fast that he was still a mysterious being in the eyes of the Starfield Dragon. Of course, this mysterious being was showing his murderous intent in front of the Starfield Dragon. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that Long Chen had used the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. The Primordial Dragon Pagoda had fused with his body. On one hand, it provided Long Chen with terrifying creation divine power. On the other hand, it gave Long Chen a supreme defense that even an ultimate god could not break. Amidst the blood-colored waves, the Ghost Blood Curse could barely withstand Long Chen's current strength. Ghost Chi was so happy that she was about to cry. She had not been satisfied with Long Chen before, but now, he had exceeded her limits. Even if she wanted to please Long Chen, it would be awkward. She could only do her best to help Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen trusted it. At that moment, the sacrificial spear was in Li Xuanji's hands. Seeing that Long Chen didn't know what was good for him, the Starfield Colossal Dragon snorted coldly and transformed into its true form. The Starfield Colossal Dragon formed by countless planets appeared above the ruins of time. At this time, Long Chen was really too small compared to the Starfield Colossal Dragon. On the other side, Lingxi and Li Xuanji were fighting the Emperor Beast together. The Time Demon Wolf and the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast had also started fighting. Boom, boom, boom. The battle here would definitely alert the entire Time Ruins. Based on the Chaos Saint's understanding of space law, it should not be difficult for him to rush here. Therefore, there was not much time left for Long Chen. The Starfield Dragon was as illusory as the Void Cosmic Dragon. Only the acupoints in its body could be seen. Each of the black stars was connected to each other. Boom. As the Starfield Dragon moved, the walls and land of the Time Ruins that came into contact with it shattered and turned into dust. At the same time, Long Chen had already rushed forward. The Death World Annihilation in his hand shone with a bright red light. It was a sword that was condensed from the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and Long Chen's own strength. It was terrifying enough even without the use of space law. The sword light stretched for thousands of miles. The Starfield Dragon had to turn its body black to block Long Chen's sword. Scram! The Stellar Domain Colossal Dragon was instantly enraged by the attack. With a roar, it suppressed both the Sacred Emperor Beast and the Divine Beast of the Cosmic Sea. In an instant, the Stellar Domain Colossal Dragon's head and tail joined together, forming an incomparably huge ring. In the starry sky, it faced Long Chen, who was standing on the ruins of time, and quickly unleashed its killing move of the rules. The Starfield Dragon was almost the strongest in the myriad of realms when it used the star law. When he used the laws of the stars, the tens of thousands of black stars in his body seemed to connect with the stars of the entire universe. The power of countless stars descended from the universe and instilled into the body of the stellar domain colossal dragon. As time passed, the Starfield Dragon's illusory body was filled almost in the blink of an eye. A real, huge dragon appeared in front of Long Chen. The power of the stars in the myriad of realms formed a vortex of stars in front of him. Starfield Black Hole. Space Law erupted. This was similar to Soyan's Black Hole Law. With the Starfield Dragon's body as the core, a terrifying black hole was formed. When the black hole expanded, it was almost 1/10 the size of the Time Ruins, and Long Chen was in the center of the Starfield Black Hole. When the Starfield Black Hole was activated, it released a fatal suction force. It was many times stronger than what Soy Eon had used before. Die! The Starfield Dragon roared, forming an attack with its will. However, Long Chen showed no fear in the face of such a huge Starfield Black Hole. This time, she used the full power of the primordial dragon pagoda and focused it on the Ghost Blood Curse, pushing it beyond its limits. Ghost Blood Curse let out a shrill scream. As the core of the death rain appeared between Long Chen's eyebrows, the sea of blood behind her surged, completely surpassing all of Long Chen's previous attacks. Death Rain Massacre. This time, a towering beam of sword chi was born. It was hundreds of millions of meters long, and it seemed to explode out of the ruins of time, shooting up into the starry sky like the light of the sun. It shot up into the sky and slashed down violently, slashing down on the black hole in the starry sky. It was completely silent. The Death World's killing tribulation was so destructive that it tore the Starfield Black Hole in half. After the Death World's killing tribulation, the Starfield Black Hole was split apart like a piece of paper before turning into countless wisps of smoke and dissipating. The Starfield Black Hole was directly destroyed, and the Starfield Colossal Dragon, which was the core of the black hole, was struck by Long Chen and instantly suffered heavy injuries. The outcome of the battle seemed to be decided in an instant. Indeed, the Starfield Dragon was similar to the Ninth Heaven Holy Mother. Long Chen could definitely defeat him. It was only a matter of time. He used the primordial dragon pagoda to show respect to his opponent. However, it did not seem that easy to make the opponent lose the ability to fight just like that. This Starfield Colossal Dragon was crazier than Long Chen had imagined, especially when it was working for the Chaos Sun. Even though it was seriously injured, the Starfield Colossal Dragon still held on. At this moment, its eyes, which were two black stars, suddenly exploded, and its illusory body let out an even more terrifying roar. At this moment, the tens of thousands of black stars on his body, which were like acupoints, all moved closer to the center under a huge gravitational force and then gathered together. When all the black stars were completely gathered together, they began to squeeze each other. At this moment, the Starfield Dragon's body was no longer there. His body had been compressed to the extreme. After the extreme, it was not the end yet. All the black stars were still being compressed, squeezed, broken, and condensed into one. Then, they became smaller and smaller, and finally became a point. A very small point. The whole process was quite fast. In just the blink of an eye, the point that condensed all the compressed power of the Starfield Dragon was completed. In the next moment, it was almost a suicidal attack. Big bang. Without a sound, the rules exploded. This was the final rule of the star rules. In the entire universe, perhaps only the Starfield Dragon could use it. Its power was naturally close to the level of a ruler, and it was one of the most destructive rules in the universe. What Long Chen saw was the destruction of a world in front of him. Of course, it was also the birth of a new world. Without a sound, the destructive power arrived before him. In fact, all the destructive power was released in front of Long Chen, and it was completely targeted at him. Everyone saw dazzling starlight, but only Long Chen saw the destruction of everything. Like a torrent, it completely engulfed Long Chen and the Starfield Dragon. The destructive power of the stars completely drowned Long Chen. The suicidal attack of the Starfield Dragon was indeed incomparable. Of course, the Starfield Dragon was not dead. After a while, a few small stars condensed into his appearance, but he was very weak. Although he had attacked Long Chen, he had actually reached his limit and had completely lost the ability to fight. Is he dead? If he's dead, you don't have to worry about him, Saint. Chapter 3061. The destructive law of the Big Bang was enough to cause serious damage to an eternal level world. That was why the Starfield Dragon dared to fight against Long Chen, who defeated the 9 Heaven Saintess alone. It turns out that I've succeeded. Although this kid is rumored to be extremely powerful, he's still too young to understand me. Although I'm heavily injured now, it's worth it to kill him for the Son of Chaos. The Starfield Dragon could only maintain his human form and was in a weakened state. He breathed a sigh of relief as he imagined how the Son of Chaos would reward him when he found out about this. The Starfield Dragon could not help but feel excited at the thought of his future status. He was one of the first to follow the Son of Chaos. After the Big Bang, the smoke gradually dissipated. Just when the Starfield Dragon was smiling and was about to help the sacred Emperor Beast, an aura that made him tremble suddenly appeared behind him. Long Chen. The Starfield Dragon turned around in horror and saw Long Chen's figure appearing unscathed in the smoke when the smoke dissipated. The primordial dragon pagoda appeared and protected Long Chen within it. He was completely unharmed. Now that the power of the Big Bang had passed, the outcome of the battle was decided. The laws of the Big Bang were so strong that even Long Chen himself was shocked. But what shocked him even more was the protective power of the primordial dragon pagoda. That kind of impact was actually unscathed. It seemed like he had underestimated the primordial dragon pagoda. You. The Starfield Dragon's face instantly turned pale. In Long Chen's view, the Star Territory giant dragon, who had lost its combat power, was no longer a match for him. He was now in a seriously injured state. Without saying anything, Long Chen cast a cold glance at him and walked past him towards Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang was not an ultimate god after all, so he could not resist for long. He was completely suppressed by the cosmic sea divine beast and his life was in danger at any moment. He could only rely on the chaos green flame to hold on. Long Chen certainly did not want anything to happen to him. At this moment, the huge body of the cosmic sea god beast rolled in the vast sea. Countless gemstone tentacles extended out. They were like countless gemstone eyes in the night sky. They were blue and resplendent, and their brilliance was boundless. They trapped the time demon wolf within. She was very powerful in the sea, and Mo Xiaolang's damage to her was limited. Cosmic Sea, Heaven's Punishment Region. The Cosmic Sea Divine Beast might have sensed Long Chen's situation, so it directly used its final rule. It was not inferior to the Starfield Dragon's Big Bang attack. It was an attack that hurt both the enemy and itself. Its purpose was to kill Mo Xiaolang. It was already a great victory for them to be able to kill one of their opponents. After all, the Emperor's sacred beast had the cooperation of Lingxi and Li Xuanji. The two women even suppressed an ultimate god, making the Emperor's sacred beast extremely frustrated. When the Cosmic Sea's Heaven Punishment Realm was launched, countless gems sparkled and formed a spherical space with these gems as the core. All the tentacles of the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast were supported on the surface of the spherical space, while Mo Xiaolang was trapped inside the Heaven Punishment Realm. In an instant, the Heaven's Punishment region was flooded with blue seawater. Mo Xiaolang was also submerged in it. I offer your flesh and soul as a sacrifice to the spirit of the vast sea. Heaven's punishment, come. The Cosmic Sea Divine Beast shouted loudly. Within the Heaven's Punishment region, an ocean storm comparable to the Big Bang erupted. The entire spherical space began to shrink and suppress. When everyone was worried about Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen did not say anything. He held the ghost blood curse in his hand and rushed towards the Starfield giant dragon's body head-on. "Don't even think about going over." The Starfield giant dragon roared madly. Long Chen looked indifferent. When he rushed towards the Starfield giant dragon's body, he gathered all his strength on the ghost blood curse and slashed it suddenly. The ghost blood curse released a ferocious light. Under the surging power, it broke through everything and directly cut the invisible body of the Starfield giant dragon. Rip! Long Chen rushed forward with his sword. Facing this weak but stubborn Starfield giant dragon, he did not show any mercy. He used the ghost blood curse to open a path, allowing him to rush through the body of the ghost blood curse. The sharpness of the ghost blood curse had torn the Starfield giant dragon apart countless times. Ugh! In the end, the Starfield giant dragon's voice was hoarse. He turned into a human, and Long Chen passed through his body and landed in front of the cosmic sea divine beast. This happened in an instant. At this point, Long Chen did not have the time to look at the Starfield giant dragon. The cosmic sea divine beast was frantically compressing the cosmic sea divine beast's heaven's punishment realm. If he was a little slower, Mo Xiaolang would be dead. The spherical heaven's punishment realm had already been compressed to a relatively small size. Death World Calamity. At this moment, Long Chen was like a peerless god of death. With a slash of his sword, the Death World Calamity once again formed a 10,000 zhang long sword qi. This time, it was even more ferocious. All the strength of the Death World was gathered on this sword. At the same time, even the ghost blood curse was undergoing some changes. Rip! This time, the sword qi of the Death World Calamity wreaked havoc, slashing into the cosmic sea divine beast sea, cutting the endless sea in half. Then, it rushed forward again. The real opponent was all the tentacles of the cosmic sea divine beast. It was extremely fast. The cosmic sea divine beast could not dodge at all, and the sword qi went through all the tentacles. At that moment, she screamed in pain. All her strength was focused on the heaven's punishment realm. She was dealing with Mo Xiaolang, so she could not withstand Long Chen's sword qi. With the support of the primordial dragon pagoda, Long Chen's sword qi directly cut all the gem-like tentacles of the cosmic sea divine beast. Whoosh! All the tentacles were cut in half and flew out. It was a spectacular scene. Without the support of the tentacles, the heaven's punishment realm instantly lost its strength. Mo Xiaolang broke out of the heaven's punishment realm and appeared in front of Long Chen. At this moment, he looked a little haggard. The suppression of the heaven's punishment realm was very strong. Fortunately, Long Chen came in time. "How are you feeling?" Long Chen quickly asked. "I'm fine. I need to rest for a while." Mo Xiaolang grinned. He had completed his mission and returned to the realm of life to rest and recuperate. He would be able to recover in a while. The outcome was set. Long Chen was definitely the winner. That's good. Mo Xiaolang's ability to fight against an ultimate god for such a long time was already incredible. He would be able to crush many ultimate gods once he became an ultimate god. Long Chen glanced around and saw the situation. Lingxi and Li Xuanji were in a stalemate with the Emperor Beast. Their cooperation was similar to Long Chen and Lingxi's. After all, Li Xuanji was using Long Chen's rule. On the other side, the cosmic sea divine beast was heavily injured. At that moment, it was recalling its tentacles and gluing them together again. However, its vitality was also greatly injured. Long Chen could definitely kill it if he attacked. As for the galactic dragon, Long Chen saw that he had regained his human form. His skin was pale and his body was trembling. The ghost blood curse had crawled all over his body. Even his eyes were filled with the ghost blood curse. The symbol of the swastika had surrounded him. At that moment, he looked at Long Chen while trembling in fear. In the end, he laughed ferociously. Long Chen, you're destined to die. Today, if I die in your hands, the saint will avenge me." He promised me that he will make you leave this world with 10,000 times the pain. He can't do it, said Long Chen faintly. No, he can do it. There's nothing he can't do since he was born. After saying that, the galactic dragon's body began to turn into ashes under the attack of the ghost blood curse. I didn't expect your curse to have such a huge effect on an ultimate god. Of course, that's also why I slashed so many times and pierced through his body. Long Chen watched as the galactic dragon completely disappeared in front of his eyes. An ultimate god had fallen. Excluding the myriad transformation demon Venerable, this was the first ultimate god he had killed. In fact, Long Chen did not want to kill him. However, he had blocked Long Chen's way at the most crucial moment, which meant that he had a death wish. Gue Qi became excited and said, "Of course. I haven't killed an ultimate god in a long time. I've even forgotten how it tastes like. How refreshing, how refreshing." Her smooth skin was completely exposed to Long Chen, but he did not care. "I'm going to level up." Suddenly, Gue Qi's eyes widened and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Chapter 3062. It was possible to upgrade a Creator Divine weapon. Of course, each had its own requirements. Generally speaking, upgrading a Creator Divine weapon was much more difficult than upgrading a god or demon god. The requirements were usually some special items, such as Primordial Chaos Immortal Essences, Primordial Chaos Treasures, or something else. The ability of the Ghost Blood Curse, an eternal rank Creator Divine weapon, was that it could devour the soul remnant of its opponent in the form of a curse. When it accumulated to a certain level, especially after killing the Supreme God Spirit Starfield Dragon, it underwent a huge transformation. At this moment, the Ghost Blood Curse was refining all the soul remnant inside, burning them and turning them into the power of the Ghost Blood Curse. Its Creator Divine power was expanding endlessly. The interior of the Ghost Blood Curse was undergoing an unbelievable transformation. Ghost 7 was submerged in the Sea of Curses, and had merged with the Sea of Curses formed by the Ghost Blood Curse. Long Chen held the Ghost Blood Curse in his hand. It was a surprise to him. Perhaps even the Ghost Blood Curse herself hadn't expected this. "I've been waiting for this moment for too long. I forgot about it. I didn't expect that after you became my master, I would kill more people and transform to this level." Of course, the upgrade of the Ghost Blood Curse could change its level. It should be able to help me reach the semi-primordial level. But my semi-primordial level is definitely stronger than the Myriad World's divine sword. Ghost Qi said proudly. Of course, she didn't dare to compare herself to the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. She was afraid of the Primordial Dragon Pagoda, but the Origin Dragon Palace was even more afraid. Finally, the Ghost Blood Curse's transformation was successful. Long Chen closed his eyes to sense it. It had indeed reached a level that surpassed the sacrificial spear and the sky-burying coffin. This way, Long Chen wouldn't need the sacrificial spear anymore. After all, it was a similar type of Creator Divine weapon. It wasn't very useful. Of course, Long Chen had more important things to do. He had left the Ghost Blood Curse to evolve. The Cosmic Sea God Beast had already escaped with heavy injuries. The Interstellar Domain Dragon had already died in battle. Only the Holy Emperor Beast was still fighting Lingxi and Li Xuanji. In an instant, Long Chen appeared in front of the Emperor Beast, shielding Lingxi and Li Xuanji. The Sacred Emperor Beast had already seen the current situation. "You killed a stellar domain dragon." The Emperor Beast's eyes turned even redder, and its entire body trembled in anger. Long Chen raised the half-original incipient Ghost Blood Curse, pointing at the Holy Emperor. He didn't have much patience. He said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. If you don't get lost, you will end up like that Star Area dragon. In your eyes, I've killed 2 of your monster clan's God Realm experts. Don't think that I will spare you." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to be polite with him. He didn't kill because it was not easy for the Holy Emperor Beast to reach the ultimate God Realm. Therefore, unless it was an extreme situation, he would not be too cruel. The Saint Emperor Beast could already see that he was the only one left. He was isolated and helpless. Get lost. Long Chen was giving him one last chance. If the Holy Emperor Beast didn't get lost, he would take action. He didn't even know how powerful the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and the Ghost Blood Curse would be. Humph. How laughable. In this place, no matter how arrogant you are destined to die. Going against the Holy Sun and snatching the Holy Sun's things, it's not just you. Everyone around you will live eternally in calamity. No matter how tough the Holy Emperor Beast was, he had to run away with his tail between his legs. He knew that Long Chen was the kind of person who could defeat him quickly. After the Holy Emperor Beast ran away, Long Chen turned around. Lingxi and Li Xuanji were a little tired. Thank you for your hard work. It was very dangerous for them to participate in the battle, but they were willing to help him in this aspect. It's okay. Hurry up and take the last one. All right. Time waits for no man. Long Chen quickly landed on the White Jade Dragon head after dealing with the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. He took out the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. During this period, the Primordial Dragon Pagoda had been very cooperative. The longer Long Chen stayed with it, the longer he could use it. At least until now, there was no situation where he couldn't summon it. Heart of Great Void. In order to obtain the cat's fourth main body, he needed to exceed the normal flow of time. Under the Heart of the Great Void, the time around the White Jade Dragon head flowed like waves. After about 15 minutes, the time had reached its limit. A time storm formed around the White Jade Dragon head. Boom. At that moment, it was also the White Jade Dragon head's limit. The White Jade Dragon head turned into a ray of light in front of Long Chen and formed one of Kitten's bodies. It was a crystal-like calf. Sure enough, it was another leg. Obviously, the Son of Chaos had also obtained a leg in the second place. So now, a total of 4 legs had appeared. As for where the other things were, he could only find them slowly. Long Chen reached out to take the crystal calf in front of him. Kitten could not wait any longer. However, at this moment, not only Lingxi, but Long Chen also felt the arrival of the power of space. The rules were even faster than him. In a flash, a hand suddenly appeared in the space in front of Long Chen and rushed to grab the crystal calf before Long Chen. Then, the hand disappeared in front of Long Chen's eyes with the crystal calf. This speed made Long Chen a little stunned. In the blink of an eye, the crystal calf that he had painstakingly made had disappeared. Who? In fact, he did not need to ask to know that in this time tunnel, in the ruins of time, only the Son of Chaos had this level of spatial ability. Looking back, he saw a total of a few people appear on the other side of the ruins of time. They were the Son of Chaos, the Shangyang Fairy, the Mother of All Things, and the Taotai Behemoth. Previously, the Emperor Beast had escaped in another direction. Now, the Son of Chaos was in the lead, and the Shangyang Fairy stood behind him like a little woman. The Mother of All Things and the Taotai Behemoth were on both sides, one silent and mysterious, the other violent and ferocious. The Son of Chaos had a faint smile on his face. He was playing with a crystal calf in his palm. It looked very pocket-sized and cute. It was the thing that he had just crossed space and snatched from Long Chen's hands. To be able to snatch something from Long Chen's body under such circumstances, his ability could only be described as having reached the pinnacle. In terms of attainments in the Tao of space, this fellow had even surpassed Di Jun and Ling Shi. However, space was only one of his 3 types of rules. Long Chen was depressed. In his eyes, the Son of Chaos was indeed more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, especially at this time, when he easily snatched away the thing that he had painstakingly defeated his opponent. Thank you so much for giving this to me. If I had to do it myself, it would have taken some effort. The Son of Chaos's voice was very soft, which did not match his appearance. Next to him, the Taotai Behemoth laughed ferociously. This fool really thinks that he is very capable. The Shangyang fairy said, "Don't underestimate him. He alone took away half of the things." At this point, they once again surrounded Long Chen. This was the Son of Chaos's intention. Not only did he want to snatch away the kitten's main body that Long Chen had just obtained, but he also wanted to take away everything that Long Chen had now. From the fact that he had been able to persist here for so many years, it was clear that he was determined to obtain the kitten's main body. After successfully surrounding Long Chen, the Son of Chaos put away the kitten's main body. His chaotic eyes looked at Long Chen, as if his eyes could see through Long Chen's body. He said, "It seems that there was a person who appeared beside you before, and he seems somewhat familiar. It seems that you want to snatch this thing because of him." He was talking about Kitten. The Son of Chaos was omnipotent, so it was normal for him to be able to sense the existence of Kitten. However, the Son of Chaos was actually very arrogant. Speaking of Kitten, although his words and demeanor were normal, his heart was filled with deep contempt. In the realm of life, Kitten was furious. "How dare you look down on Lord Cat?" The Son of Chaos said again, "You'd better not waste your efforts. This thing has nothing to do with you. Even if the person beside you gets all of it, it's useless, because it doesn't belong to you at all, but to me, the Son of Chaos. This is my last advice to you. To be honest, I have to thank you for letting me come here, but if you really anger me, I don't know what the consequences will be, but you will definitely regret it." Long Chen did not say anything, but he thought to himself, "Now, this guy and I have each obtained half, but the kitten's main body is definitely not just these 4 legs. Only I have 2 of them. If this guy wants to get all of it, he must snatch it from me. Now, the most important thing has not appeared, so there is no need to fight here at all. In the end, it is better to find the other parts first. Kitten, can you sense the location of the other parts of the main body?" Still angry, Kitten said, "I don't know. I think there's more to the time tunnel. Maybe there are other levels of space. We'd better find other levels of space first and find more things. Finally, we'll take all the things that we should take from this Chaos Sun. But boss, this guy seems very strong. Are you confident? Right now, he has the upper hand, but until the end, who can be sure who will have the last laugh?" No matter how the Son of Chaos and the others humiliated him, Long Chen was very calm. It was indeed depressing to have something that he had worked so hard to obtain snatched away, but this was the other party's ability. Now, the Son of Chaos wanted to take everything from him, but Long Chen could not be bothered to tangle with them. "Long Chen, give me those 2, and I will not care about the deaths of the myriad transformations Demon Lord and the interstellar war god," the Son of Chaos said calmly. "Impossible." Long Chen was equally calm. "Is there no way to negotiate?" "There is no other way. What you want is also what I want. In the end, there can only be one winner." "Fine. Then from now on, I won't be polite with you." In the end, the Son of Chaos's lips curled into a smile. "Let me apologize to everyone. Recently, I've been attending classes at Lu Sun College of Arts and Sciences, so I haven't been updating in a timely manner. I hope everyone can understand. At the same time, a lot of interesting things happened in class, so I wanted to chat with everyone. Have any interesting things happened in class? Reply to me directly on WeChat. In the next 2 days, I will sort out the interesting things and post them on WeChat. Similarly, you can also see the 2 or 3 funny things I encountered in class on WeChat. Chapter 3063. Chaos Saint, Shangyang Fairy, Taotai Giant Beast, and the Mother of all Creatures. 4 powerful ultimate gods blocked Long Chen's way from the north, south, east, and west. Although they knew Long Chen had the life and death realms, they still used this method to put great psychological pressure on Long Chen and make him feel like fleeing. "Run away, coward. Isn't this what you always do?" The Taotai giant beast opened its huge mouth and laughed unscrupulously. They knew that they could not deal with Long Chen here and could not take away Long Chen's things. They just wanted to humiliate Long Chen and make him retreat. Chaos Saint did not speak, naturally acquiescing to the Taotai giant beast's words. I think you can consider what the saint said. The saint has never given others so much patience, said the Shangyang fairy gently. Chaos Saint shook his head and said, now I've changed my mind. Long Chen, I can spare you, but there is one person I can't forgive. If you hand over the little devil who wants the same thing as me, I can let you leave here alive. For super ultimate gods, for huge pressures. Long Chen did not bother to talk to them. No matter what kind of humiliation and pressure they created, it was useless for Long Chen now. He directly opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and said, then forget it. Next time, see you on the battlefield. On the battlefield, it seems that this kid has not seen the current situation clearly. The Taotai giant beast looked at Long Chen and said, now is not a suitable place, but there is always a place you can't escape from. Useless coward, trash, you can run, but you can't escape from the saint's palm. Although the other three did not say anything, from their eyes and expressions, it could be seen that the Taotai giant beast was actually just saying what they wanted. From the beginning, Chaos Saint did not see Long Chen as an equal opponent. He thought he was just a rat running around everywhere. The Taotai giant beast laughed at him. According to Long Chen's temper in the past, he would definitely take revenge after being insulted like this. But not now. He would not do such meaningless things just to vent his anger. He walked into the Death Realm Dragon Gate, closed the Death Realm, and disappeared in front of the four ultimate gods. After Long Chen left, the Beast Mother and the others gathered in front of the Chaos Child. Holy Son, this Long Chen is running away like a mouse. As long as he has the life and death realms, we can't do anything to him. The huge Taotai beast said with its loud voice. The three of them were the true core of the Chaos Saint. The mother of all things did not speak much, but at this moment, she said, we have to think of a way to prevent him from entering the realms of life and death. As long as he can't escape, he will definitely hand over those two items dejectedly. The Chaos Saint pondered for a moment and said, then think of a way to make it impossible for him to move as soon as he appears. I'll leave this to the three of you. I have to find the entrance to the next space. This is not all the spaces here. If I'm not mistaken, other than the four legs, the other parts are in other positions, especially the head. Just don't let him get it first. Rest assured, Holy Son. We promise to complete the task and make that rat Long Chen beg for death. The Taotai giant beast quickly accepted the task in order to make a contribution. All right, I'll leave it to you. The Chaos Saint did not say much. He turned around and entered the ruins of time to find the entrance to the next space. He could vaguely sense that everything in the ruins of time had been found. Because there was a difference in time between the life and death realms and the outside world, Long Chen could not stay inside for too long. As soon as he entered, he came out of another Death Realm Dragon Gate. Long Chen, I think after this time, they will definitely find a way to break your life and death realms. What should we do? Li Xuanji asked in a low voice. Long Chen sped up and said, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. They are looking for a suitable opportunity, and so am I, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Hearing Long Chen say this, Li Xuanji and the others were relieved. Although Long Chen didn't say anything when the Chaos Saint's son snatched the item this time, he would never suffer such a loss. Anything he said now was just empty talk. Things like battles weren't something that could be clearly described with words. Boss, I'm so angry. That, you have to work harder. When I recover my strength, I'll take down the two ancestral Hun Kun beasts of the demon race. I want to be the king of the demon race, After a while, the kitten began to daydream. Long Chen was now using the rule power of time to feel the entire ruins of time. If there was an entrance, it must be related to time. Maybe he could find some clues. Kitten, can you feel the location of the other parts? Kitten quieted down and suddenly said excitedly, now that you mention it, I have some feeling, but it's a little vague. Maybe there is an entrance in this direction. Long Chen quickly went in that direction. Now that about 2 days had passed, it was already 60 years outside. Time could not be delayed. Deep in the ruins of time. In a deep space, it was very quiet, without the slightest sound. Just when it was quiet to the extreme, a few people appeared here. It was the Chaos Saint and the others, a total of 8. Except for the myriad transformations Demon Lord and the interstellar domain dragon, everyone else was gathered here. Judging from the trajectory of time, it should be below here. The Chaos Saint led everyone into an abyss. There were many small rooms in this abyss, and the Chaos Saint finally stopped in front of one of the dilapidated rooms. Walking into this narrow room, it was a little crowded with 8 ultimate gods. The Taotai giant beast walked next to the Chaos Saint, looked around, and said, "Saint, there's nothing special here. How can it be the entrance to the next space?" The Chaos Saint was not angry and smiled faintly. At this time, he walked in front of a wall and gently wiped it. The dust on the wall fell, and a mirror appeared on the wall. This mirror is really strange. When the mirror appeared, everyone understood. Although they were laymen, they could see that the mirror was full of the power of time. They stood in front of the mirror and saw 8 children in the mirror. Yes, that was what they looked like when they were young. They had even forgotten that they once had such a stage. This is us. Everyone was stunned. In the mirror, they were reflected in the past. It was like a reverse flow of time. Fortunately, he looked down at himself and was still in his original state. "Come with me." The Chaos Saint smiled faintly and took a step forward and directly entered the mirror. When his feet touched the mirror shook and rippled. After a while, the Chaos Saint disappeared in it. "We can really go in." The other ultimate gods were very emotional. Then, they hurriedly followed after him. After a while, there was no one there. Long Chen stood in front of a mirror. The mirror was suspended in the gray clouds and could not be seen if one did not look carefully. In the mirror, Long Chen saw himself as a child. He was probably about 10 years old and was still a dirty child. Although he was young, there was a deep wildness hidden in his eyes. Long Chen looked at him and he was also looking at Long Chen. The look in his eyes was as if he did not know Long Chen. With not much time left, Long Chen hurriedly stepped into the mirror. With a flash of ripples, Long Chen also disappeared from the ruins of time. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in another space. This space was not big and was also gray and chaotic. The surroundings seemed to be sealed, and this sealed space was the mirror that Long Chen saw from the outside. Now that Long Chen stood there and looked into the mirror, he saw his reflection everywhere. Of course, it was his appearance of about 10 years old. The 6 mirrors reflected thousands of copies of himself. Here. Long Chen looked around. He was very sure that this was not the second place he wanted to go. This place was like the inside of the door. Only by going out from here could he reach the second place. The problem was how to get out from here. Could it be that I have to break this mirror? It seemed that this mirror was very easy to break. Long Chen took away the ghost blood curse and casually slashed out. The sword light struck a mirror, but the mirror was like water. Ripples spread out, and the power rushed into the mirror. The mirror quickly recovered and was not damaged at all. The power of an ultimate god did not damage the mirror. This mirror seems to exist, but it doesn't. I'm trapped here, but as long as I attack, it seems to disappear, making me attack nothing. Long Chen used the ghost blood curse on one of the mirrors. The mirror was very hard. In the mirror, his young self was also holding the ghost blood curse and stabbed it at the mirror. His young face had a wild look in his eyes, which looked very strange. The ghost blood curse could not penetrate it, but as long as there was power, it would instantly pass through. Of course, Long Chen's body could not pass through it. This is strange. How do we crack this thing? Does it still test the rules of time? The time it took to reach the second place was almost equal to the time it took to obtain the other parts of the kitten's body. Therefore, it was now a race against time with the Son of Chaos. Even if he also reached the world inside, in the end, whoever could crack this place faster would be able to obtain more things. How should he do it? Long Chen let Li Xuanji come out. Beside Long Chen, Li Xuanji was a 10-year-old girl. She was very cold when she was young. Even Li Xuanji was the same. For a moment, he seemed to have no other way. He stared at his young self in the mirror for a long time. You can think a little. It's not necessarily impossible. Don't limit yourself to what you see in front of you. Li Xuanji looked at him and said softly. You have a way? Long Chen asked. Chapter 3064. In the mirror of time, what existed was Long Chen's past. In those small eyes, one could see the desire for power. It was not just this mirror. All the mirrors were the same. No matter what Long Chen did, the other party would do the same. I should see something. Time. The time here was not the time of the ruins of time. It was the same time as the life and death realms, as well as the entire myriad realms. This was not too bad. He did not have to worry about time passing too quickly outside. However, he had to worry about the Son of Chaos finding a new way out faster than him. In that case, he would be in a very passive position. The time of the past. Could it be that I have to use the corresponding rule of time to break this mirror? After thinking of this, Long Chen started from the first rule of time and used it all the way to the heart of the Great Void. However, no matter what rule he used, even if he used it to the limit, there was no movement at all. If there was even a little movement, it would be feasible. I would be able to feel if it was this rule. However, from the beginning, it seemed that no rule had any effect. It was obviously useless even if I used it to the limit. This was an error in correspondence, not a lack of degree. What a headache. This was the time tunnel. The power of time was useless here. What else could he do? Could it be that there was a way to move time that he did not know about? As he thought about it, his mind was still a little confused. During this period, Long Chen had tried many methods. Basically, he had used all the methods he could think of. However, none of them had any effect. Soon, 10 days had passed. In 10 days, there was no gain at all. If the Son of Chaos had reached the second place, he would have probably obtained all the other parts by now. After thinking about it carefully, Long Chen was suddenly not anxious. I'm in trouble, and he must be in trouble too. In fact, it might be even more difficult for him. However, if he has everything now, but he can't gather everything, he will eventually have to take it from me. As long as he had a part, he would have the initiative in part. As time passed and he relaxed, Long Chen let go of himself. He did not rack his brain to think. Instead, he looked at the mirrors in a relaxed manner, looking at his past self. Just like that, Long Chen felt a strange feeling from his eyes, his body, and his actions. Life, me and him. He is me, and I am him, but he is not me, and I may not be him. Between me and him, there are so many years of time. All these years, under the guidance of fate, had filled in Long Chen's journey and created everything he had now. He reached out and touched a mirror. In the mirror, his younger self also reached out and touched the mirror. When their hands touched, what Long Chen felt was not the coldness of the mirror, but the warmth of the other person's palm. It was wonderful. If one didn't have to rack one's brain to imagine it, but instead experienced it and felt it, that mysterious feeling would soon arrive before one's eyes. The heart of the Great Void is actually the fusion and metamorphosis of time stopping and time accelerating. And in this warm little palm, what Long Chen felt was naturally the power of time. It was a kind of reverse flow of time, going back to many years ago when he was still a rebellious child. And among this, other than time, Long Chen also felt another kind of power. Looking at it carefully, it was a line that guided Long Chen's progress from the past to the present, stringing all of Long Chen's experiences together. In short, it was a needle that guided Long Chen from the past to the present. This is fate. To see the power of fate in time was indeed an incredible thing. Previously, Long Chen had focused all his attention on the power of time and had never paid attention to the power of fate. Time and fate, these two laws. Could it be that they can be reflected in a single law? Long Chen had a sudden thought. Then, he thought about it and asked himself, why not? In the entire myriad worlds, there were gods and demons who used the fusion of two rules. In fact, there had always been people who succeeded, but there was a difference in the depth of the fusion. There was no doubt that the fusion would be more powerful, but the difficulty of the fusion was too high. Long Chen's Heart of the Great Void was a perfect fusion of the two time laws. But now, he thought of another possibility. Time and time can be used overlapping, why can't time and fate? The reason such a form rarely existed in the myriad worlds was because the higher the level of the law, the more characteristics it had and the harder it was to fuse. For example, time and fate were the same. At least, Long Chen had never seen such a fusion in a top-level ultimate god. Instead, it existed in some low-level laws and weaker gods and demons. This gave Long Chen a new vision and a new path. Time, fate. It was an unprecedented attempt. In the past, Long Chen only pondered on one kind of ancestral dragon law and never pondered on it together. Therefore, this time, he was also opening up his own new path. There was no nervousness, only excitement. When one comprehended the laws with excitement, it was as if the entire starry sky was shining. The sky was full of stars and all of them were laws. Long Chen only needed to pick one from them. The ocean of laws was endless. Long Chen only had eyes for his past self in front of him. His eyes, his expression, everything in his heart, time and fate were dominating this person. In his body, time and fate were perfectly fused. Time passed quietly, but Long Chen didn't seem to care. A brand new, shocking law was about to descend, and he was already prepared to receive it. At that moment, he closed his eyes and stretched out one hand to form a hand knife. He gestured around him as the power of time and fate flowed on it like two little dragons circling around him. As Long Chen evolved, the appearance of the two little dragons became clearer. One was illusory and transparent while the other was pure white. The two little dragons wrapped around Long Chen's arm. Time reversal, fate slash. Time was like water, while fate was like a knife. That feeling grew stronger and stronger. On the primordial spirit of the Void Aeon Dragon, the two Dao seals were flashing rapidly and even moving. At a certain moment, the two Dao seals actually fused together. Of course, it was only for a moment, but it was at that moment that everything became clear. Long Chen felt as if he had been enlightened. At this moment, the knife in his hand struck the mirror in front of him. The knife in his hand actually cut through the mirror and landed on the body of the child. Finally, the child in front of Long Chen's eyes vanished into thin air in the mirror. However, when the child vanished into thin air, he still maintained his smile. When Long Chen's figure disappeared from his eyes, the mirror also gradually dissipated. This meant that Long Chen had succeeded. Not only had he broken through the obstacles here, but he had also comprehended an unprecedented law. Time and fate had perfectly fused the law together. This had opened up a new path for Long Chen. In the future, as long as he had ideas and opportunities, he would definitely be able to comprehend even more fused laws. This was a gradual change. Most importantly, it surpassed every ancestral dragon, because every ancestral dragon only knew one kind of law. It was impossible for their bodies to give birth to a fused law. However, it was precisely because Long Chen had obtained the inherited blood essence of 6 ancestral dragons that he had the foundation to fuse them together that it was possible for an unprecedented law to be born. The mysterious dragon Jade definitely played a role in this. This newly formed nomological law didn't belong to any ancestral dragon. Instead, it could be considered Long Chen's own nomological law. Most of it had been created by him, rather than directly inherited by an ancestral dragon. In fact, Long Chen could even name this law that completely belonged to him. Let's call it destiny / Naming a name was such a headache, so of course, he would just do it casually. In the destiny / the key was to cut off a thread of fate. The roll of time was to pave the way, and they complemented each other. In Long Chen's mind, he already had a complete outline of the destiny / As long as he tried it a little, it would definitely have an unprecedented effect. The key now was what he would encounter after coming out of the space surrounded by the mirrors. The surrounding mirrors were disappearing, and he could vaguely feel that he was about to enter another space. In the ruins of time, time slowed down by 10,000 times. In the mirror, time was the same as the myriad worlds. In the space that Long Chen was currently in, time suddenly accelerated, and it was about 10 times faster than the outside world. Looking around, he was currently in a building, or rather, in a sealed space. It was just that this sealed space was too big. Even if the Taotai behemoth was in this space, it would probably be like a fly in an ordinary room. And Long Chen was like a speck of dust in this space. Tower of Time. The moment he arrived here, Long Chen had a deep understanding of this place. This understanding suddenly emerged in his mind. I'm now on the first floor of the Tower of Time, which consists of 4 floors. The time flow on the first floor is 10 times faster than that of the outside world, the second floor is 100 times faster, the third floor is 1,000 times faster, the fourth floor is certainly 10,000 times faster. This new territory must contain other parts of Kitten's body. It's time to search for them as soon as possible. It's a race against time. However, what made Long Chen feel a sense of crisis was that there were some characters that made Long Chen depressed on the first floor of the Tower of Time. He almost noticed them at the same time. It seemed that they had arrived earlier than Long Chen. Except for the manifold demon venerable and the Starfield battle god, the other 8 ultimate gods led by the Chaos Saint were not far away from Long Chen in this sealed space. Chapter 3065. Meeting on a narrow path. There was only one passage from the first floor of the Tower of Time to the second floor. It was a narrow passage at the very top, in the center. And now, this position was occupied by the Chaos Saints group. It seemed that they had just arrived here. As long as they occupied this position, it would be hard for Long Chen to break through to the second floor. This was for sure. Long Chen didn't know how they got here. But he was sure that their method was different from Long Chen's. Perhaps they didn't encounter the mirror of time. Perhaps they had used some other method to break the mirror. But since they could come here, it also proved that they weren't simple. You could come out of the space in the mirror alone? The Chaos Sun looked down from above, and the group of people looked at Long Chen with contempt. Everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Obviously, they had experienced the same test as Long Chen, and they had also spent a lot of effort. Right, you also have an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Then, the Chaos Saints group seemed to understand. The surprise on their faces disappeared and turned into indifference. After being entangled with Long Chen for such a long time, he was also a little impatient. At this moment, they were about to enter the second floor of the Tower of Time. Obviously, the best and most important thing must be on the last floor of the Tower of Time. The Chaos Saints group looked at the giant Taotai and the mother beast of all things and said, "This is the task I assigned to you. I think you're ready. I will set up a blockade in this passage so that he will need at least 15 minutes to break it. On the first floor of the Tower of Time, it's a completely enclosed space. As long as you don't die in battle, he can't reach the second floor." Long Chen narrowed his eyes. They outnumbered Long Chen and now occupied a favorable position. If Long Chen had arrived earlier and reached the second floor before going up, he would have taken the initiative. But now it was troublesome. Upon hearing the Chaos Saint's words, the Taotai behemoth's eyes immediately burned with passion, and its face was ferocious. It almost roared, "Saint, don't worry. If I don't get rid of this fellow, I'll bring my head to see you. They occupied the position of the passageway. After the Son of Chaos entered the second level, he would seal the passageway. If Long Chen did not deal with these opponents, it would be impossible for him to enter the second level. After all, the seal set by the Son of Chaos was not that easy to break, at least not in an instant. Of course, Long Chen knew that the saint must have underestimated him. He might not need to spend 15 minutes. The Holy Son of Chaos replied calmly, "That's indeed the case. I've already created such good conditions for all of you. If you still let him reach the second level or even catch up to me, then it would be meaningless. I don't have much use for you. You should just kill yourselves to atone for your sins." The Taotai beast became even more fervent after hearing the saint's words. "Shangyang, follow me." The Chaos Saint glanced at Long Chen indifferently and said no more. He led the Shangyang fairy up the passageway to the second level. After he went up, the passageway began to have an additional space rule power. He knew that Long Chen was good at time rule, so he used space rule power to set up obstacles. As long as this rule still existed, although Long Chen could destroy it, as long as he could not destroy it instantly, he would not be able to reach the second level with the Taotai beast and the others intercepting him. After the Chaos Saint left, Long Chen and the 6 ultimate gods were left on the first level of the Tower of Time, facing each other with equal harshness. The 6 ultimate gods were led by the Taotai beast and the beast mother. The Emperor Beast, the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast, Gochen Demon Venerable, and Bei's Demon Venerable surrounded them. The beast mother stayed near the passageway, blocking the passageway and forbidding Long Chen from going up. The Taotai beast led the 5 ultimate gods and had surrounded Long Chen invisibly. "Are they going to kill me like they did to the myriad incarnations Demon Venerable?" Long Chen laughed. In the face of their menacing attacks, Long Chen knew that this was a battle that he had to end as soon as possible. Moreover, it was a rather dangerous battle, but he did not panic. There was only a strong fighting spirit that allowed him to surpass his limits. Fighting spirit. Speaking of the myriad incarnations Demon Venerable, the Taotai beast and the others were even more furious. A fierce battle was unavoidable. More importantly, the Chaos Saint had already gone up. Who knew what he would get up there? Now that there was no one to stop the Chaos Saint, he could easily get the other kittens' bodies. Under such circumstances, Long Chen had to defeat everyone here in order to have a chance to compete with him. "Big brother, let's do it together. Although it's dangerous, I can still share 1 or 2 of your opponents." Mo Xiaolang had just recovered from the previous battle and was already a little impatient. This time, Long Chen refused. He said calmly in a deep voice, "I'll do it myself. I have the primordial dragon pagoda, so they can't hurt me. It'll be more convenient for me to control the death rain alone. This battle is different from the previous one. Last time, I would definitely win, but this time, I have to fight with my life. Since it's a fight with my life, it'll be more advantageous for me to fight alone." Without Long Chen saying it too clearly, Mo Xiaolang, Lingxi, and Li Xuanji all knew what Long Chen meant. This battle required a lot of mobility. Even Long Chen would be constantly moving between the death rain and this place, so he definitely had to kill his opponents one by one. If he was alone, it would be much more convenient. If Lingxi and the others joined the battle, they could suddenly restrain the opponents, but it was too dangerous. Long Chen was afraid that he would not be able to take care of them. "Alright, you have to be very careful." Although Lingxi said so, she could not hide the worry in her heart. "Daddy, come on, defeat these bad guys. Yen Air cheers for you." In Lingxi's arms, Long Yen was gradually growing, and now his human form could also speak. "Alright, Yen Air, watch carefully." With so many people supporting him, even a fight to the death was not a big deal. When the Taotai beasts and the others were at their most furious moment, Long Chen was like a peerless god of death, standing in front of them coldly and indifferently. He calmly took out the ghost blood curse, holding it in one hand, and the shadow of the primordial dragon pagoda gradually appeared in his other hand. Long Chen became more and more proficient in controlling the ghost blood curse, and at last, the primordial dragon pagoda appeared in Long Chen's body. His momentum, divine power, and defense had all reached an unprecedented level. Facing the suppression of the Taotai beasts and the others, the first thing that Long Chen did was to run away. That's right, he used his fastest speed to run away. This trash ran away again. Catch him. The Taotai beasts roared and transformed into their true form. The huge Taotai beasts led the Emperor's sacred beast, Gaochen's six-star beast, Bei's demonic beast, and the cosmic sea divine beast. The huge group of demonic beasts chased after Long Chen, and they divided into several groups to surround Long Chen. Catch him. Wasn't he very arrogant before? Why is he running away now? What a joke. As they chased, Long Chen's face was expressionless. In fact, every time he reached a position, he would plant a Death Realm dragon gate. He was very fast, like a dust particle moving in a room. This process did not take long because Long Chen's speed was too fast. With the support of the primordial dragon pagoda, the 5 ultimate gods could not catch up with him. Only the mother of all creation was still near the passage. Long Chen saw her eyes. Her small eyes were divided into billions of parts. They were compound eyes. This kind of eyes was colder and colder. Although she was guarding there, she was always paying attention to Long Chen. Obviously, she was more terrifying than the Taotai beasts. For about half an hour, Long Chen did not confront the 6 ultimate gods. He acted as if he did not hear the 6 ultimate gods' insults. In fact, Long Chen's footprints were all over the first floor of the Tower of Time. He had made the best preparation for the upcoming shocking battle. So the world-famous Long Chen is really this kind of trash who doesn't even dare to fight. Just call him super trash. The ultimate gods could not help but laugh. Now that they had the advantage in numbers, they were not worried at all. With such a lineup, not to mention Long Chen, even the 4 rulers would have a headache. If Long Chen accepts the challenge, we will kill him. If he escapes into the Death Realm, we will stop him and stop him from going to the 2nd floor. That thing can only belong to the son of Saint. Finally, it was the last moment. Long Chen observed for a while. It seemed that the entire first floor of the Tower of Time had been covered with the Death Realm dragon gates he had planted. It was time to show off his power. At the same time, it was almost the time when the other party was the most relaxed. At that moment, when Long Chen rushed forward, he suddenly disappeared in front of the Taotai beasts. Where is he? The Taotai beast's huge body also blocked the senses of the other ultimate gods. The moment Long Chen disappeared, it was as if he had teleported. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen appeared in another place. When he reappeared, Long Chen had reached his peak. Blood light shot up to the sky. After reaching the semi-original incipient level, the power of the ghost blood curse had at least doubled. It was more compatible with Long Chen's primordial dragon pagoda. Whoosh! Long Chen appeared behind the sacred emperor beast. This sacred emperor beast had indirectly fought with Long Chen many times. When Long Chen appeared, it naturally felt it. Among this group of people, it was also the ultimate god who was the most afraid of Long Chen. What it felt was Long Chen's monstrous killing intent. The ancient blood spiritual dragon's killing intent. In Long Chen's hand, the ghost blood curse slashed down. It was still the Death Realm killing tribulation. The blood light shot up to the sky, and the blood sea expanded. The blood sea was violent. The entire blood sea condensed on Long Chen's sword. In between his eyebrows, the core of the Death Realm shone with monstrous light. Death Realm killing tribulation. After seeing the endless sword light, the sacred emperor beast was startled. Remembering the death of the myriad transformations demon venerable, its fighting will skyrocketed. Its giant body emitted billions of rays of golden light, and the lion's mouth opened. Wrath of the Emperor. A rule. A rule of sound, an unprecedented lion roar, burst out from the sacred emperor beast's mouth, creating an impact that could shake the world. Its target was not only Long Chen, but the entire world. This was an opportunity created by Long Chen to fight the sacred emperor beast alone. Of course, Long Chen had not killed the cosmic sea divine beast and the sacred emperor beast. He had left some leeway. After all, it was not easy to cultivate for hundreds of millions of years. He and the Chaos Saint's son had not become enemies to such an extent. The second one. Long Chen's indifferent and contemptuous voice once again spread across the first floor of the Tower of Time. It made the remaining 4 ultimate gods mad, especially the Taotai behemoth. This team was led by him. Now, all the humiliation was like a slap on his face. Slap, slap, slap. The Taotai behemoth's face turned red and swollen. All the words they said to despise Long Chen just now became a slap on their own faces. When Long Chen appeared in front of the Taotai behemoth again, the Taotai behemoth recalled the big words he had said before the Chaos Saint's son and the request of the Chaos Saint's son. The fury and hatred in the Taotai behemoth's heart were like hundreds of millions of volcanoes erupting and hundreds of millions of thunderbolts breaking out. Blood-red flames were burning in his eyes. Even his body was expanding. He opened his bloody, hell-like mouth, revealing his pale, blood-stained teeth. Taotai, if you can't do it, you'll stay here in case of losing the Saint Son's face. The mother beast of all things rarely spoke. You're the one who can't do it. In an hour, I'll definitely tear Long Chen's body into pieces. I'll tear him into 1,000 pieces. Just watch. The Taotai behemoth's roar shook the entire Tower of Time. It was no less than the fury of an emperor. The Chaos Saint's son above the Tower of Time must have heard it. Long Chen pointed the ghost blood curse at the Taotai behemoth and said with a faint smile, "Actually, it's very clear who's the trash among us. It's not over yet. You don't need to be anxious." Boom. The Taotai behemoth led the Lasco Chen 6-star beast and Bei's beast. The 3 of them formed an iron triangle and guarded the surroundings at all times. Of course, they would not repeat the lesson of the Emperor Beast and the Cosmic Sea Beast. The 3 of them attacked with the Taotai behemoth while the other 2 acted as support. They paid attention to the surroundings at all times in case of Long Chen's sudden appearance. Long Chen's attack was too fierce. They had to be vigilant to this extent. Long Chen took a deep breath. Next would be a fierce battle. The Death Realm Dragon Gate, the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and the Ghost Blood Curse were all his weapons. Want to stop me? The problem is, can you? Long Chen laughed wildly. He shuttled between the Death Realm and the Tower of Time. The 3 of them had no idea where he would appear. When the 3 of them were extremely nervous under Long Chen's attack, Long Chen suddenly appeared. Unexpectedly, he appeared in front of the Taotai behemoth, facing it. The 3 ultimate gods thought that Long Chen must be looking for a soft persimmon to bully. However, the Taotai behemoth was the toughest among them. It was reckless to confront it head-on. However, Long Chen did it. His movement was clean and neat. He suddenly appeared and launched the Ghost Blood Curse once again. This time, it was the rule of time. Wherever the Ghost Blood Curse was pointed at, time would stop. Even the Taotai behemoth was not an exception. Time was stopped by Long Chen. The giant demonic beast's body stopped in the air. Then, the endless time acceleration power came. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Piss off. The Taotai behemoth was infuriated and fought against the time power fiercely. When the Taotai behemoth was fighting against the time power, Long Chen had already arrived beside the Gaochen 6-star beast and Bei's behemoth. The Gaochen 6-star beast and Bei's behemoth were very nervous. As expected, Long Chen immediately appeared in front of them and confronted them in a split second. Time seemed to stop for a moment. In the next moment, a fierce battle broke out. The Gaochen 6-star beast and Bei's behemoth used the rule almost at the same time. In the eyes of the Gauchan six-star beast, the 6 dark stars in its eyes shone with terrifying radiance and projected 6 stars in the sky. The 6 stars formed a formation with soaring evil aura. Bay's behemoth was an auspicious beast which was the complete opposite of the Gauchan six-star beast. When the Gauchan six-star beast completely released its dark and deathly power, Bay's behemoth released endless auspicious radiance using the rule power. The Bay's demonic beast, on the other hand, used the rules to release an endless auspicious light. It was like a pure white star that released a dazzling radiance that was similar to the Gauchan six-star disaster formation diagram. 6-star disaster light. Auspicious light. They attacked at the same time. The 2 top-level ultimate gods naturally gave Long Chen a huge amount of pressure. Moreover, the Taotai behemoth was constantly trying to break free from the heart of Great Void. The 3 of them were about to converge. However, his facial expression did not change at all. Suddenly, Li Xuanji appeared on his body. As her beautiful figure danced, the heavenly sacrificial spear in her hand was thrust out. The realm of life's murderous calamities turquoise vortex shrouded Long Chen within it as it confronted the 2 ultimate gods at the same time. Of course, Li Xuanji quickly merged into Long Chen's body and became a part of Long Chen's body after performing the move. Chapter 3067. The combination of the life and death calamity also produced 2 very different types of powers. The primordial dragon pagoda brought the most lethal power. While Long Chen was performing the life and death calamity, he also launched an attack on the 2 ultimate gods' positions. Boom! Frankly speaking, the power of the life and death calamity was not much stronger than the 2 ultimate gods' desperate attacks. The problem was that Long Chen had already rushed to the center of the battle. With the primordial dragon pagoda, he was almost invincible. Even if it was the most violent impact, Long Chen had the flame of life and the primordial dragon pagoda. Even if he suffered a huge shock, he could recover instantly. Break. After breaking through the destructive power produced by the head-on collision, Long Chen suddenly appeared in the center of the 2 ultimate gods' positions. He was fighting the 2 ultimate gods at such a close distance. In the chaos, Long Chen's size unintentionally played a huge advantage as he shuttled between the 2 ultimate gods like a phantom. The 2 ultimate gods bombarded Long Chen's body with a large number of laws. Bang, bang, bang. All of a sudden, Long Chen disappeared. The Gauchan six-star beast and the Bay's beast looked at each other. When they looked down, they were stunned. On their bodies, there was a large number of ghost blood curses wreaking havoc. There were several wounds on their bodies, which were caused by the ghost blood curses. Their bodies were too huge. It was not difficult for Long Chen to use the primordial dragon pagoda to withstand the pressure and cut a few scars on their bodies. Then, the ghost blood curses broke out. Of course, it was not as serious as the time with the stellar domain dragon. Gauchan six-star beast and Bay's demonic beast discovered it earlier and were not in a deep state. When Long Chen disappeared, the ghost blood curses broke out and made them panic. Even so, they could still hold on, showing how terrifying their ultimate god strength was. Of course, even if they were not dead, such a large number of ghost blood curses had directly suppressed their strength and rendered them unable to move at all. The 2 ultimate gods quickly landed on the ground of the Tower of Time and curled up together. They were trying their best to expel Long Chen's ghost blood curse. It might be a long time before they could participate in the battle for at least 2 hours. Once they fought, the possibility of dying was very high. It was a fierce battle just now, but now it's suddenly quietened down. It was completely silent. The current situation was, the Emperor Holy Beast and the Cosmic Sea God Beast were heavily injured, while the Gauchan six-star beast and the Bay's beast were curled up together, doing their best to suppress the ghost blood curse. The 4 of them would not be able to fight for the time being. If Long Chen wanted to, he could probably kill them. The only thing left was the sluggish Taotai beast. He had broken the rules of Long Chen's Heart of Great Void, but he did not expect that just as he succeeded, the 6-star Gochin beast and the Bei's demonic beast would not be able to withstand it. Long Chen's cunning and shamelessness were beyond his imagination, causing him to suffer such a crushing defeat. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't help but feel hot at this moment, especially when Long Chen appeared in front of him again. Long Chen's calmness and his hysteria formed a stark contrast. "I'll do it myself." The mother beast was about to come down to help, but the Taotai behemoth said in a cold voice. He was furious before, but after the Gaochen 6-star beast was defeated, he deeply realized that Long Chen was already a terrifying opponent. He realized that he was terribly wrong. He actually underestimated Long Chen. One mistake had led to him falling into a trap. 4 of the 6 ultimate gods had been seriously injured. Only he and the mother beast were left. Long Chen's goal was, of course, to defeat them and catch up with the Chaos Sun. However, the Taotai behemoth had already promised the Chaos Sun. Therefore, he could only fight to the death and absolutely could not let Long Chen get there. He would definitely fight to the death. Looking at Long Chen again, he was still indifferent and cold, as if seriously injuring 4 ultimate gods was a trivial matter. The ghost blood curse's blood energy was surging, his eyes were blood red, and his black and red robe was billowing. He stared at the Taotai behemoth, which made him look like a peerless god of death. The Taotai behemoth could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then, it exploded. Without any verbal communication, the Taotai behemoth could only fight to the death in order to stop Long Chen and to make a contribution before the Chaos Sun. At his level, he had not fought to the death for many years. At their level, they should not have to fight to the death. Boom, boom. The Taotai behemoth's huge body could make a loud roar when it moved. A surging rule had already unfolded in this Tower of Time. The Taotai behemoth's huge and dark body and Long Chen's small body confronted each other in the space, creating a huge visual impact. What should we do? I don't know, the 2 of them should be able to solve it. At that moment, the 4 severely injured ultimate gods gathered together with a helpless look on their faces. They no longer had the confidence they had before. They were now in awe of Long Chen. They deeply realized that Long Chen might really be able to break through the interception of the 6 ultimate gods and rush to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time. I believe in Taotai. Even if the 4 of us join forces, we might not be able to defeat Taotai. As soon as he finished his words, a head-on confrontation between the Taotai behemoth and Long Chen had begun. This time, Long Chen did not use the Death Realm Dragon Gate to move but directly confronted it head-on. One man, one sword, murderous intent filled the air. Myriad World's Teeth. The Taotai behemoth's law was surging. Many of the demon clan's laws came from their talents, especially the Taotai behemoth. This peak bloodline that was comparable to the ultimate divine dragon contained many powerful laws. For example, at that moment, the huge Taotai behemoth's body changed into the largest tooth that Long Chen had ever seen. A sharp tooth. The entire beast's body had transformed into a tooth. A sharp tooth was connected with countless spaces in the Myriad World, as if the entire Myriad World was a huge creature and the Taotai behemoth was the tooth of this huge creature, its sharpest weapon. The Myriad World's teeth rushed towards Long Chen, with the sharpest part attacking Long Chen. Long Chen was very clear about the great lethality of the Taotai behemoth's Myriad World's teeth. That was because he was bearing the law's power head-on. The Myriad World's teeth pounced on him like a beast. In the face of all that, Long Chen was still calm. However, he put away the ghost blood curse and transformed into an illusory void dragon in an instant in front of the Taotai behemoth. The illusory dragon was full of the power of time. When transformed, the void dragon's size was no less than that of the Taotai behemoth. Finally, the Tower of Time became a competition between 2 super beasts. Long Chen's current appearance, especially his dragon head, which was exactly the same as the white jade dragon's head, shocked the 6 ultimate gods at the scene. They vaguely knew the relationship between Long Chen and this place. The appearance of the void cosmic dragon naturally suppressed the Taotai beasts in terms of bloodline. It brought a huge impact to the will of the Taotai beasts. Long Chen in the form of a divine dragon could display stronger power, and he could also use the creation divine power of the primordial dragon pagoda to the extreme. Heart of Great Void. The time storm swept across and formed gusts of strong wind. Within the strong wind, Long Chen's void dragon's divine body curled up and formed a time heart, the Heart of Great Void. When the Heart of Great Void beat violently, it produced bursts of tremors. Each time it beat violently, it could shake out the power of time. In the divine dragon form, the rules and the divine power of creation were stronger. Long Chen's own power was also stronger. In particular, the time stillness was like a cage once again, completely suppressing the myriad world Fang that was piercing towards Long Chen with a terrifying momentum, causing his speed to gradually slow down. Loud sounds of friction could be heard as he finally stopped in front of Long Chen. The power of time and the opponent's rule power were fiercely colliding. If the opponent won, Long Chen would be penetrated by the myriad world's teeth. If Long Chen won, the opponent would be turned into ashes. The Taotai behemoth's strength was that it could even resist the primordial dragon pagoda. It was a peak battle. The entire space seemed to be still, but in fact, the battle of rules had filled the entire first floor of the Tower of Time. Even the four ultimate gods were extremely suppressed and could not breathe. Time stopped for nearly 10 breaths' time. After that, the Taotai behemoth's time accelerated. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of times acceleration. The Heart of Great Void became fiercer and stronger, causing the myriad world's teeth to rapidly collapse. The Taotai behemoth lost in such a head-on collision. The myriad world's teeth gradually collapsed and the smooth teeth rapidly changed into the Taotai behemoth's original appearance. The Taotai behemoth was undoubtedly terrified at that moment. In its eyes, Long Chen's Heart of Great Void reflected the coldness of time. The acceleration of time made the Taotai behemoth feel that it had lost its power. If this went on, it would definitely lose everything. The Taotai behemoth had gone crazy in fear. It naturally knew how terrifying Long Chen was and was deeply aware of its failure. However, it was impossible for the Taotai behemoth to admit defeat. Roar. Under the control of the Heart of Great Void, the Taotai behemoth let out an earth-shattering roar. For a moment, the Taotai behemoth's body was burning with black flames. The flames formed by the burning of its flesh and blood were released. In the roar, the Taotai behemoth gathered a large amount of power that was even beyond its control and released it. The mouth of myriad worlds. From the myriad world's teeth to the mouth of myriad worlds. The entire Taotai behemoth directly turned into a huge bloody mouth. It was the mouth of the universe. Now, the Heart of Great Void had descended in front of Long Chen. Long Chen was like the food under this mouth. Die, ant. Seeing that the Taotai beast was about to die, Long Chen took another look at it and casually put away the ghost blood curse on it. The Taotai beast's life was no longer in danger. Of course, even so, it was in a state of serious injury and could not attack again. Of course, it was also too ashamed to attack again. The 6 ultimate gods were silent as they stared at Long Chen in a daze. Before the battle, they had never thought that such a situation would happen. In the end, only the Beast Mother was left. Long Chen's cold eyes finally fell on her. The two gazes once again formed a final impact. The 5 ultimate gods all raised their heads and looked at them, swallowing deeply. Long Chen did not have much time left. Who knew how much the Chaos Saint Sun had now? Previously, there was no chance of winning the battle, so he forced himself to calm down and fight with a cold attitude. Now, only the Beast Mother was left. Of course, this Beast Mother was more troublesome than the Taotai beast. But it could not stop Long Chen's determination to win. Only by defeating this Beast Mother could he catch up with the Chaos Saint Sun and fight on equal footing with him. Long Chen knew very well how important Kitten's body was. It was something that he had to do his best to get, not only for Kitten, but also for their entire team. At this moment, the beast mother guarding the passage finally came down. Even so, she seemed to be very calm. The biggest characteristic of the beast mother was indifference. It seemed that from the beginning until now, he had not heard this beast mother say more than a few words. The mysterious woman descended from near the passage and appeared in front of Long Chen. Below, the Taotai beast's eyes were glazed and it had completely lost its will to fight. Long Chen's continuous defeat of 5 ultimate gods was a strong impact on its will. The other 4 ultimate gods completely admitted defeat and did not even dare to breathe loudly. No one even dared to report the situation here to the Chaos Saint's son. They could not imagine what kind of expression the Chaos Saint's son would have when he knew the situation here. Perhaps he would be incredibly disappointed. I hope the beast mother can turn the tables for us. Long Chen must be exhausted after fighting for so long. We still have a great chance. The ultimate gods looked in awe at Long Chen, who was still like a killing god and could only pray. Unless you kill me, don't even think about leaving this place. The saint's honor will be guarded by me. The beast mother's indifferent voice spread out. At this moment, she revealed her true form. Amidst the chaotic gray fog, she revealed the huge true form of the queen bee. Although the Taotai behemoth was ferocious, it was still the beast mother's true form that looked more terrifying. Long Chen held his sword horizontally in the air. The beast mother was actually a synonym for the demon clan's fierceness. It was just that Long Chen was in the limelight, so he suppressed it. At that moment, she suddenly made a move. Her first move was quite extraordinary. The smoke on her body quickly dispersed and every part of the cloud and mist was condensing. Finally, a total of 18 huge demon beasts were formed in front of Long Chen's eyes. These were all part of the beast mother's body and were born by her. There were pitch-black centipedes with countless eyes on their bodies, giant purple spiders, flies with flapping wings that emitted ear-piercing sounds, and rainbow-colored scorpions. All sorts of venomous insects quickly occupied the space, completely surrounding Long Chen. Centipedes, praying mantises, spiders, scorpions, mosquitoes, and so on. These were the pinnacle bloodlines of those tiny insects. All of them were nightmares in the eyes of living beings. Chapter 3069. The Mother of all beings ruled over the eastern starfield, which was closest to the ancestral realm of the Kraken. It was called the Tiankuan realm. The Tiankuan realm was the world of all insects. There were hundreds of worlds in the Tiankuan realm, all of which were occupied by the insect demons. The beast mother was the ancestor of this kind of demon race. In the entire myriad realms, it could be regarded as one of the super overlords. Its combat strength was definitely at the level of being able to crush Saintess Jotian. Just like at this moment, 18 kinds of poisonous insects were wreaking havoc in the boundless eye. 18 different rules came from all directions, basically blocking all of Long Chen's escape routes. Among them, several rules belonged to the suppressive type. Their purpose was to make Long Chen unable to move and enter the death rain. The beast mother's consideration was far more comprehensive than the Taotai behemoth's fierce attack. She knew that in order to kill Long Chen, she had to make sure that he couldn't escape. Therefore, she specially used several rules. Perhaps one might not be able to do anything to Long Chen, but several rules were always effective. All I need to do is hold Long Chen down for a moment. Success. Below, the 5 defeated ultimate gods watched the thrilling scene unfold before their eyes. They were even more nervous than the beast mother. Everyone didn't know how to explain to the Chaos Saint. In the eyes of the ultimate gods, Long Chen had already been submerged by countless rules. The mother of all creation was also good at bombardment, especially her infinite eye. Billions of eyes covered the sky and covered the earth. This was under the restriction of the Tower of Time. If it was outside, the mother of all creation could simply fill the entire eternal level world with her eyes. At that critical moment, Under the rules, Long Chen was like being smashed into pieces. His breath was almost extinguished. Without saying a word, the beast mother gathered hundreds of millions of eyes and launched a fatal attack on Long Chen. Because she knew how difficult it was to deal with Long Chen, the beast mother had thought of many ways to deal with him. This was the most effective way. The ultimate gods were extremely excited and almost cheered when they saw that scene. However, what happened next caused their moods to plummet to the bottom of the valley. In the dark green light of the inexhaustible eye, Long Chen's figure appeared unscathed. He closed his eyes and was in a magical state. He looked ordinary, but for some reason, the divinities' scalps went numb. They noticed Long Chen's ghost blood curse. The ghost blood curse was still the ghost blood curse. Blood-colored light spread out, and the ghost blood curse was black. However, there were two little dragons coiled around the ghost blood curse. One was pure white, and the other was illusory. The illusory dragon was mysterious and dreamy, while the white dragon was elegant and cute. As Long Chen waved his hands, the two little dragons danced around. The two dragons danced in the air, creating a dreamy scene. It was a stark contrast to the attack of the mother of all things. At that moment, one of Long Chen's eyes was pure white, while the other was dreamy and illusory, like an empty hole. The laws of fate and the laws of time quietly fused in this manner, turning the two powers into one. The fused laws weren't as simple as 1 + 1. Rather, it was a terrifying power that transcended realms and realms, reaching the pinnacle of power. As Long Chen danced, a sword swept across. It was a mixed sword light. It did not have the ruthlessness of the death world's killing calamity. It looked extremely ordinary, but as soon as it was born, it became a destructive disaster. Destiny-killing technique. Long Chen calmed his mind and focused. With a very calm state of mind, he displayed this rule. The destiny-killing technique had a common characteristic of the destiny rule, which was a kind of transcendence. The destiny rule would not collide with the opponent's attack. Instead, it directly bypassed the opponent's attack. However, it could not be blocked at all. It traversed tens of thousands of meters and instantly hit the mother of all things' body. Destiny-killing technique, transcend the river of time and cut off the previous body. Time and destiny had perfectly fused together. A casual sword strike had transcended time and rushed into the body of the mother of all creation. It seemed like a casual strike, but it had produced an effect that no one had expected. This was the most insignificant move among all of Long Chen's rules. However, the mother of all things was stunned at that moment and immediately let out a sorrowful cry. After the sorrowful cry, the surrounding endless eyes collapsed at an unprecedented speed and turned into green ashes. In the blink of an eye, all the towers of time were emptied. In the next moment, the poisonous dragon ancestor that was not hit by Long Chen also let out a sorrowful cry as all of them turned into ashes in front of Long Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Spiders, scorpions, centipedes. One by one, the huge poisonous insects turned into ashes in front of the ultimate god's eyes as countless powder sprinkled down like a heavy rain of powder. The divine venerables were amazed. What the hell happened? What kind of rule is this? Oh my God, what's wrong with the mother of all things? The first floor of the Tower of Time that was originally tainted by the mother of all things suddenly became clean. The mother of all things' body was revealed for the first time. It was the ultimate god's first time seeing her body clearly. Soon, it began to change again. The mother of all things still maintained her previous expression of surprise as if she was frozen forever. After all the poisonous insects turned into ashes, her body began to change from flesh and blood to a white jade sculpture. It was a huge, lifelike white jade sculpture that maintained the appearance of the mother of all things. However, it was completely silent as if it was completely imprisoned in the jade. Seeing the mother of all things in such a state, everyone was not only in despair and daze, but they also sympathized with the mother of all things. If she was not Long Chen's last opponent, she might not have ended up like this. In an instant, the white jade sculpture of the mother of all things descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the 5 ultimate gods. The 5 ultimate gods trembled as they looked at the sculpture of the mother of all things. The 6th ultimate god was easily defeated by Long Chen's terrifying rule and ended up in such a state. The mother of all things, the 5 ultimate gods did not dare to move at that moment. When they raised their heads again, they were horrified by Long Chen's cold eyes. At that moment, Long Chen had become their nightmare. The shadow in their hearts that could never dissipate. Long Chen said, "If you want her to come back to life, then quickly instill your energy into her body. Continue for 2 hours, and only then will she have a chance to come back to life. Otherwise, all of you will lose this companion forever." In fact, Long Chen was teasing them so that they would not cause trouble later. Even if they did not make a move, the mother of all things could recover within 2 hours. Of course, during this period of time, the most important thing for Long Chen was to go through this passage to chase after the Chaos Sun. After defeating the 6 ultimate gods in a row, he had already wasted a lot of time. To be able to do that, Long Chen had actually shown his strength to the limit. Being able to defeat the 6 ultimate gods in such a short period of time was also a little beyond Long Chen's own expectations. He really did not expect himself to be so strong, especially that fate-killing technique which defeated the mother of all things in one move. It was a huge surprise to him. At that moment, he quickly headed toward the passage. After he left, the 5 ultimate gods did not dare to disturb him as they also had to bring the mother of all things back to life. Death and defeat were 2 different things. No matter what, they had to protect the mother of all things first. Therefore, Long Chen successfully arrived at the entrance of the passage. This was a seal of space. Lingxi's mastery of space was already a little worse than the Chaos Sun's, but it did not take too much time to break this seal. Breaking this seal didn't take too much time. After Ling Shi used her beautiful eyes to examine it, she smiled and said, "Big brother Chen, let's try using the Myriad World's divine sword first. You should move aside a little." "Okay, let's see how you show your power, little Shi." Long Chen chuckled softly. Lingxi said, "You were the one who showed your power just now." As she spoke, Lingxi was already standing in front of the passage with the Myriad World's divine sword in her hand. Long Chen had already dodged it. In the storm of time, Lingxi's long dress fluttered like a goddess in a dream. Her long silver hair was like a waterfall. The Myriad World's divine sword in her hand was the condensation of 10,000 worlds and turned into a torrent that flowed in her hand. World Extermination Chop. Ling Shi brandished the Myriad World's god sword, like a butterfly dancing among flowers. The Myriad World's god sword slashed out tens of thousands of feet of spatial sword chi, directly piercing the passageway. Under Ling Shi's powerful piercing force, the seal of the passageway directly shattered. It didn't even take Long Chen 15 minutes. "I'm breaking the rules of space directly using the rules of space. Therefore, I have to be faster." Lingxi put away the Myriad World's divine sword and said sweetly on one side. As time was running out, Long Chen had Lingxi return to the realm of life. Without saying anything, he directly rushed into the passage with the ghost blood curse in his hand and headed for the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time in a bloody line. "Hurry up, elder brother. I feel that there seems to be an important part of my original body on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time." Kitten jumped around in the realm of life. The tense atmosphere was ignited once again. After defeating the 6 ultimate gods, they would soon encounter the Chaos Saint. Long Chen could only hope that the Chaos Saint had not obtained the thing that Kitten mentioned. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with him. When Long Chen arrived at the 2nd floor, the Taotai behemoth did as Long Chen said. After hesitating for a while, it still told the Chaos Saint the news while trembling. If it did not say anything, the Chaos Saint would obviously be angrier when he saw Long Chen. After listening to the Taotai behemoth's description, the Chaos Saint replied, "I see. You guys can rest assured and recover. It's my fault for not taking this opponent seriously. It has nothing to do with you." All the worries of the Taotai behemoth turned into gratitude. When it conveyed the Chaos Saint's words, the ultimate gods were completely relieved. The saint is indeed a saint. His boldness is incomparable to ordinary people. In this way, we are more willing to chase after him. Yeah, with such boldness and calmness, even if Long Chen goes up there, he might not be able to do anything. Chapter 3070. On the third floor of the Tower of Time. The two of them were moving forward in a long corridor of time. There was a faint light in front of them, which elongated their shadows. The two of them were not walking side by side. The woman at the back was looking at the man in front of her. Her eyes were filled with deep emotions. Only those who had reached a very high realm would have such feelings. Shang Yang, don't look at me like that, the Chaos Saint said indifferently as if he was talking about something trivial. I'm sorry, Saint. The Shangyang fairy was flustered. She blushed and buried her head deeply in her chest. After a long while, the Shangyang fairy found a topic and said nervously, Saint, aren't you worried that he will come up? After all, he has defeated 6 ultimate gods, myriad transformations demon venerable and star domain giant dragon. Almost all of them died in his hands. The Chaos Saint did not answer immediately. He walked into a hall. This was the real space on the third floor of the Tower of Time. He said in a low voice, so be it. I don't think it's normal for me to obtain these so easily. Sometimes, fate will always give me some seemingly difficult challenges. It can be considered training me, but in the end, I still easily overcome them. The Shangyang fairy's beautiful face was full of admiration. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and said sweetly, that's right. Since the birth of the saint, you are destined to be the one to control the entire world in the future. You are the new master chosen by the world. This can't be wrong. Hee, little troublemaker is here again. Wait a moment. Saint, let me do it. Please give me a chance, the Shangyang fairy said nervously. No need. Anyway, we have to hurry. When Long Chen arrives, you can stop him for a while. I have to take some important things first. The Chaos Saint said and walked to the third floor of the Tower of Time. On the third floor, which was equally huge and spacious, there was an incomparably huge statue of a divine dragon. It looked like the void cosmic dragon. It coiled up and stared at the approaching Chaos Saint. When the Chaos Saint arrived, the divine dragon statue began to change. It turned from real to illusory and finally became the time beast that appeared at the beginning. Of course, compared to the time beast outside the time tunnel, the time beast in front of them was 100 times larger. Actually, we have plenty of time. The time on the second floor of the Tower of Time is 100 times that of the outside world and 10 times that of the first floor of the Tower of Time. A time beast appeared there, which was 10 times larger than that of the first floor. The third level of time is 1,000 times faster than the outside world, and 100 times faster than the first level. There's a time beast here that's 100 times faster than the first level. What abilities does it have? Time is something I fear the least. The Son of Chaos instantly appeared in front of the time beast that was 100 times larger. This time beast was over 10 times larger than that of Taotai beasts. If Taotai beasts were flies in the Tower of Time, this time beast was like a young rat, which was not too big for the entire Tower of Time. However, the humanoid chaos child was still like dust. Roar! The time beast discovered the Son of Chaos and immediately let out a roar. Without saying a word, it directly launched an attack. First of all, the time beast that was 100 times larger had the power of an ultimate god. This level of power alone was enough to compete with Taotai beasts. Similarly, the time behemoth had the same surging power of the rules of time, pure and fierce. At this moment, the time behemoth roared, and its huge body soared into the air. It tumbled in the air, following the trajectory of time, and instantly rushed in front of the Chaos Sun. Who dares to break into the time tunnel? The time beast roared angrily and swept over. The Chaos Saint child, who was like a speck of dust, remained motionless in the storm. His expression was calm. At this moment, the time beast descended on the head of the Chaos Saint Child. The divine dragon coiled up and continued to release the monstrous power of time. Pure rule power erupted here, and then it roared at the Chaos Saint Child. This was a dragon's roar. The sound carried the time rule. Compared to the Emperor's wrath of the sacred Emperor Beast, this dragon's roar was much more powerful. All the places that the sound could reach were places with time rule power. Time riot, huh? It's the same as the one on the second level. A scornful smile appeared on the calm face of the Saint of Chaos. As he had expected, wherever the dragon roar reached, time suddenly became chaotic. Amidst this chaos, countless time cracks formed and swept toward the Saint of Chaos like blades, covering the sky and covering the earth. There were hundreds of millions of them. It was also a time riot, but of course, it was much more powerful than the one on the second level. However, for the Son of Chaos, this was not a problem at all. He casually pinched his fingers and snapped his fingers. Endless divine trace. This was a space rule power. In an instant, he disappeared from the place where the time beast attacked. However, figures of the Son of Chaos appeared in all the other spaces on the third level of the Tower of Time. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of millions of him, but they were flickering all the time. This showed that this was simply a super high-speed space rule power. It was not that he had hundreds of millions of doppelgangers, but because he was moving so fast that there were doppelgangers everywhere. Endless divine trace. The name of this rule power was very appropriate. Seeing its opponent disappear, the time beast was dumbfounded for a moment. It reacted quickly and chased after the Son of Chaos, constantly letting out terrifying dragon roars and triggering a large-scale time storm. However, no matter how fast its time moved, it could not catch up with the speed of the Son of Chaos. As long as the time beast could not put the entire third level of the Tower of Time in a time storm, it could not hurt the Son of Chaos. Saint, stop fooling around. Hurry up and finish off your opponent. The Shangyang fairy could not help but say with a smile. Really? I still want to wait for Long Chen. The Son of Chaos smiled faintly. At this moment, the time beast caught up. The Son of Chaos found that the rule power on its body had undergone a great change. It was no longer a kind of time riot, but a standstill. All of a sudden, the time beast opened its mouth and breathed out a large amount of illusory dragon's breath. The dragon's breath was like a huge fog. In a very short period of time, it filled the entire third level of the Tower of Time at a speed faster than sound. Then, everywhere this dragon's breath reached, time came to a standstill. Even the Son of Chaos was suppressed. The endless divine trace was broken, and the Son of Chaos figure was already clearly visible. Roar. The time beast broke through a large amount of fog and rushed in front of the Son of Chaos. The time stop had already taken effect. It opened its huge mouth and the power of time condensed into teeth. It was about to pursue and kill the Son of Chaos. However, in the midst of the time stop, the Son of Chaos' eyes were rotating. Suddenly, two illusory blades appeared in each of the Son of Chaos' hands. Blades of Time. The Son of Chaos waved it easily. The blades of time tore apart the time beast's time stop and broke free from this cage. At this moment, the time beast had already rushed in front of the Son of Chaos. The Son of Chaos sneered. The blades of time left his hands and instantly pierced into the body of the time beast. Roar. Under the greater power of time from the Son of Chaos, the body of the time beast rapidly collapsed. Then, in the eyes of the Son of Chaos, it quickly turned invisible and finally condensed into a statue below. It's done. All the dragon's breath dissipated, and the view became clear. Then, behind the statue of the time beast, the Son of Chaos saw the entrance to the fourth floor. He called out to the Shangyang fairy and hurried over. The Son of Chaos said calmly, "The fourth floor. What I want is almost the most important thing. It's inside. Son of Chaos, hurry up and go in. Take that thing and then take those two legs from Long Chen, the Shangyang fairy said excitedly. All right, I'll listen to you, Shangyang. The Son of Chaos approached the passage and walked in. Thank you, Son of Chaos. The Shangyang fairy was very happy. A satisfied smile hung on her pretty face. She looked back and saw that Long Chen had not reached the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time yet. If he catches up, even if I have to sacrifice my life, even if I have to use that thing, I will stop him. I can't let him disturb the Son of Chaos. Absolutely not. Only when the Shangyang fairy looked back would her eyes be fierce. Shangyang, hurry up. I saw that thing. The voice of the Son of Chaos drifted from the front. Being led so intimately, the Shangyang fairy's heart was in a mess. She hurriedly agreed and followed the Son of Chaos to the 4th floor. That was the top of the Tower of Time. Time had been accelerated by 10,000 times. 30 years had passed here, but it was only a day outside. Long Chen passed through the passage and came to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time. The 2nd floor was also very empty. He saw that the Son of Chaos was not here anymore. As time was pressing, Long Chen hurriedly rushed into the 2nd floor. Time has been accelerated by another 10 times, which is about 100 times outside. 100 days here is only 1 day outside. However, because of 3 days in the ruins of time, 100 years have passed outside. After coming to the 2nd floor, there was no opponent. Of course, Long Chen had to find the entrance to the 3rd floor as soon as possible. However, the moment he came in, a statue about 10 times the size of the time beast in the center turned into a time beast in front of him. The rule of time. The time beast blocked in front of Long Chen. Obviously, he had to defeat it to rush to the 3rd floor. Time was pressing. Without any hesitation, Long Chen had already rushed forward with the ghost blood curse in his hand. Roar. The time behemoth let out an enraged roar, and the power of time chaos surged toward Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes were cold as he sent out a death world tribulation, cleanly slicing the time behemoth in two. Chapter 3071. The Tower of Time had a total of 4 floors. Now, the Saint Son of Chaos and the Shangyang Fairy had arrived at the 4th floor. The Tower of Time on the 1st floor was shrouded in white mist. It seemed to be slightly smaller than the previous floors. After all, this was the top of the tower. The time here is 10 times that of the 3rd floor, which is already 10,000 times that of the outside world. If only I could stay here forever. My cultivation speed would be 10,000 times faster than others. The Saint Son of Chaos looked around with his illusory eyes and sighed. The king character between his eyebrows was domineering and gloomy. It showed a strong and domineering aura along with his expression. The Shangyang Fairy followed behind him, like a servant girl. The Shangyang Fairy's skirt was a little loose because she only had one leg. At this moment, her eyes were filled with infatuation. She said, "Saint Son, actually, you don't need to. When you know everything in the time tunnel and the things that originally belonged to you, I believe that even the 4 rulers will not be your match. At that time, you will be the sovereign of all worlds. Why would you need to be faster than others? You are already the pinnacle of countless living beings in all worlds." The Saint Son of Chaos looked back at the Shangyang Fairy and shook his head. He said, "You don't understand. I am lonely. How should I put it? I always have a feeling that no matter how powerful I become, I am always in a cage. The worlds are so vast. It seems that even if I become the sovereign of all worlds, there are still things that I don't understand and can't control, such as the universe hive, the demon god Buzhou mountain, the burning sun, and so on. These are all unrelated." The Shangyang Fairy said in a low voice. She did not dare to speak too loudly in front of the Saint Son of Chaos. "No, they are related. We are gods. The more we reach the peak, the more we want to know and control everything. The sovereign of all worlds is not my ultimate goal. It is said that mortals can become gods and demons. Among gods and demons, the Tai immortal realm is not the end. The real end is the ancestor realm. It is a realm beyond gods and demons, just like how gods and demons surpass mortals. I believe that only by reaching that realm can I control all worlds forever. When he said this, the son of Chaos's eyes were full of conviction. Generally, he would not speak of his deepest desires to outsiders. Today, he was just too close to what he wanted, so he said it. He was actually very excited. He desired to control more, to understand everything, to truly surpass all the gods and devils, to become immortal, to control the myriad worlds, to become a god in the eyes of the gods and devils. That was the ancestor. The Shangyang fairy thought to herself, however, that's just a legendary realm. We don't even know how it actually exists. Moreover, you're just a primordial realm ultimate god while the patriarch and the rest are perfect realm ultimate gods. Even if you obtain that thing, you can only reach the ultimate realm ultimate god with the best demon clan bloodline in the myriad worlds. How can the patriarch realm appear? However, she did not want to discourage the son of chaos. There was even a voice in her heart telling her that she must believe in the son of chaos. There was nothing he could not do, no dream he could not complete. From the beginning, the son of chaos was a terrifying existence that was firmly moving towards his dream. At this time, the son of chaos smiled slightly and had completely recovered from his slightly excited state. He looked back and said, Longchen hasn't arrived yet, so I won't wait for him. I'll leave those 2 legs with him first. When I get more important things, I'll think of him to take them. Even though Longchen had consecutively defeated 6 ultimate gods, this did not scare the son of chaos. He understood the process of the battle and knew that Longchen relied on the method of defeating them one by one. That was a tactical victory and not because Longchen's strength could crush the 6 ultimate gods working together. The son of chaos had always understood himself and his enemies. He knew that the current Longchen was still a long way off from him. The anger, hatred, and fighting spirit in my heart seemed to have appeared. Why, are you really interested in this young man? How many years has it been since such an interesting situation has happened? The son of chaos smiled helplessly in his heart as he asked himself. Behind him, the Shangyang fairy felt as if she was suffocating and did not dare to speak. She knew that the current son of chaos was very terrifying. He was no longer as calm as before. Rumble, rumble. The illusory time dragon in front of her was really huge. This is about 1,000 times the size of a normal time beast. It's more than 10 times bigger than the time beast on the 3rd level. The Shangyang fairy clenched her hands nervously. Her pretty face was slightly pale and the hair in front of her forehead was stained with some fragrant sweat. In the clouds and mist of the 4th level ahead, a time dragon was shuttling among them. The dragon's head and tail could not be seen and its aura was extremely terrifying. Anyway, the Shangyang fairy could confirm that this time beast was comparable to or even beyond an ordinary ultimate god. In the depths of the clouds and mist ahead, there was a huge white jade dragon's head. The size of this white jade dragon's head was about 10 times the size of the white jade dragon's head in the ruins of time. At that moment, the son of chaos was frowning as he looked at the white jade dragon's head. It's estimated that once we open this white jade dragon's head and get what's inside, it will be perfect. However, it seems that this white jade dragon's head is not easy to open. Also, only 4 legs have appeared. Are the other parts really all inside this white jade dragon's head? Son of chaos, this is a time beast. The Shangyang fairy had to remind him because she felt that this time beast was too terrifying. Oh, then let's deal with it first. Even though it was already 1,000 times bigger, the son of chaos still didn't care about it. He said calmly and asked the Shangyang fairy to stay where she was. Then, his figure flashed and he used the endless divine trace again. Under the endless divine trace, the entire 4th floor of the Tower of Time was filled with his figure. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, his body was like dust in a room while his opponent, the time beast that was 1,000 times bigger, was like a snake in the room. This battle was like a battle between dust and a snake. Normally, dust could not defeat a snake. Roar. With a roar, the time beast dispersed the clouds and mist while the strength of time filled the entire fourth floor of the Tower of Time in a split second. In the process, it detonated all the time in the entire space, causing a time storm to sweep over fiercely, forming hundreds of millions of time cracks which shattered everything like sabers. Even dust in this space would be completely destroyed. Chi, countless dust, namely the body of the Son of Chaos, was torn apart in the time storm. The time beast was indeed much more powerful than the time beast on the third floor, even though they had the same rule. However, even though the time storm was everywhere, the Son of Chaos' endless divine trace still flashed under his attack. His space rule had reached great heights and was much more mysterious than Di Jun's. However, at this moment, the time beast approached. It opened its mouth and released an illusory chaos dragon breath, which rushed towards the Son of Chaos. For the Son of Chaos, that dragon breath was simply a terrifying mudslide that could drown him if he were hundreds of millions of times stronger. However, the Son of Chaos didn't want to waste time. 2 time blades appeared in his hands and he moved forward. The effect of the time beast's dragon breath was to freeze time in a large area. The Son of Chaos' dragon breath unfolded the huge golden wings on his back. In an instant, he turned into a storm. A small dust stirred up a huge storm like a tornado. The storm was full of the cutting power of the time blades. Time versus time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the nervous and admiring gaze of the Shangyang fairy, the Son of Chaos continuously attacked the time beast with tens of millions of sword lights. Moreover, he broke through the dragon breath. In an instant, the huge time beast let out a loud cry of pain and turned into ashes in front of the Son of Chaos. The Son of Chaos didn't stop and headed for the white jade dragon's head. No matter how strong the time beast was, he didn't take it seriously. At this moment, the body of the torn time beast behind him actually reformed. In a very short time, a time beast that was 1,000 times larger appeared behind the Son of Chaos. As soon as it appeared, a dragon roar was heard. The time storm rushed towards the Son of Chaos. Son of Chaos, be careful. The Shangyang fairy was a little frightened. The other time beasts had never been resurrected after being killed. However, such an accident had happened this time. Is this the power of time reversal? The Son of Chaos didn't care at all. He was just a little surprised. He put away the time blade in his hand and a pair of huge golden wings flapped behind him. A grayish-golden vortex formed behind him, forming a grayish-golden storm. During this process, the Son of Chaos had gradually turned into countless particles and integrated into the grayish-golden vortex. Suddenly, a bird's cry penetrated the sky and earth. In the grayish-golden vortex, a pair of golden wings could be vaguely seen. They swept out and covered the sky and earth. The power of the rules formed a terrifying devouring storm. Sky-devouring golden rock. This was the ancestral chaos beast's devouring rule. The Son of Chaos was a little angry that he didn't manage to deal with the time beast last time. Otherwise, it would have been more difficult for him to use the devouring rule on the time beast. In the eyes of the Shangyang fairy, this space was full of clouds and mist. Now, the time dragon that was wandering in the clouds and mist was fighting against a golden vortex. Under the increasingly terrifying rotational force of the golden vortex, the time beast struggled and roared. However, it couldn't withstand it and was now rushing towards the golden vortex rapidly. In the end, it was all swallowed by the golden vortex. Roar. The Shangyang fairy saw the divine dragon's final struggle. Whoosh. The time beast on the third level was already equivalent to the power of a godly venerable one. Up until now, he hadn't seen any traces of the Chaos Sun, not even on the third level. Clearly, he had reached the fourth level. After dealing with this time beast, Longchen didn't have any time to stay. Go. He murmured in his heart. It didn't take long before he directly rushed into the passage from the 3rd level to the 4th level. It was a race against time. The result was about to be revealed. Of course, Longchen didn't want the Chaos Sun to get more things. The less things he got, the less he would be able to take the initiative in the end. That would be troublesome. In particular, 100 years had passed in the outside world. Theoretically, the Chaos Demon Ancestor should have already arrived here. Why hadn't he appeared yet? It might be because he couldn't enter the time tunnel, or because he had already entered but was still in the ruin of time. It would take a lot of time in the ruin of time. Due to the strong time difference between the ruin of time and the Tower of Time, it might take him a long time to catch up. If he spent very little time in the ruin of time, the speed on the 4th level has increased by 10 times again. Longchen clearly felt the rapid change in the flow of time. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the 4th level. As this was the top of the Tower of Time, the people in his god nation and the realm of life were actually holding their breath and waiting for the result. The moment he rushed in, Longchen felt the aura of the Chaos Sun and the Shangyang Fairy. Even though they were existences akin to dust, Longchen was still able to instantly sense their positions and lock onto them. With his speed, it would only take a few breaths of time to reach them. It was even faster than Ling Shi using the gate of the universe. However, the strange thing was that the aura of the two people was disappearing rapidly. What's going on? Longchen was very confused. It indicated that they were leaving this place and the Tower of Time. Were they going to leave this place right away after obtaining everything or heading for other places? In a short period of time, a lot of doubts flashed across his mind. Whoosh! He arrived in front of the Chaos Sun. Fixing his eyes, he saw a gate formed by the light of time in front of him. The Chaos Sun and the Shangyang Fairy had already entered this gate. Their backs were facing Longchen. Just when they sensed the arrival of Longchen, they looked back at the same time and saw Longchen. After chasing for so long, they finally met at this moment. Longchen noticed that the Son of Chaos was holding a crystal-like object in his hand. It was the body of a small beast, vivid and lifelike, like a cat or a tiger. The strange thing was that this small beast only had a body, no limbs, no head, and no tail. You're late. I wanted to wait for you for a while, but you've not arrived yet. I could only leave first. The Chaos Sun quickly disappeared in front of Longchen. As the peak of the gods and demons, their communication speed was far faster than that of ordinary people. Without saying a word, Longchen also wanted to rush toward the gate. However, perhaps because he wasn't the one who opened the gate, and the Chaos Sun wouldn't allow him to enter either. In any case, a terrifying repulsive force was transmitted from both of them, forcing Longchen away. Longchen, you stay here. I'll go to the next place and find its head. After that, I'll come back to take your legs. I remember that your Death Realm Dragon Gate can only stay for 12 days. It has been 100 years outside. You can't go out directly. Just stay in this Tower of Time and wait for me to come back. Actually, you've already lost. After saying the last words, the Chaos Sun disappeared. The gate full of light closed in front of Longchen and disappeared without a trace. The 4th floor of the Tower of Time became empty. Longchen could only judge that it was where the white jade dragon had once appeared. There's the chi of an original incipient level fate artifact. It seems that the Chaos Sun has used an original incipient level fate artifact. Longchen became alert. However, on second thought, he realized that it was useless to be alert. He could not catch up with the Chaos Sun at all. Perhaps there was only one gate in this Tower of Time. Perhaps this gate could only be opened once. At this moment, everyone was very depressed. Boss, don't be discouraged. It has nothing to do with you. It's just that the Chaos Sun is too wretched. He arrived here ahead of you because he has more people. If there are only 2 of you competing, he can't defeat you. Of course, the little cat was unwilling in his heart as well. After all, this was his main body, and not the Kuan ancestors. Long Chen was not discouraged. He looked around and said, "Don't come to a conclusion yet. It's not impossible. I just saw that the thing he got was the torso of his original body. In other words, the head and the tail have not been found. Obviously, the gate that the other party opened just now leads to the next place. There must be a deeper space in this time tunnel, where more critical things are hidden. We have to reach this place. Otherwise, the Chaos Sun and the Chaos Demonic Ancestor may come to snatch those two legs. By then, we will really lose everything." "You're right. The key now is how to find the entrance to the next place. There might not be only one entrance." Mo Xiaolang also nodded calmly. They had not found it yet. It was impossible for them to give up. Seeing that everyone was so serious, Kitten was very moved. After a short while, he saw that Long Chen had already searched the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. He suddenly said, "Brother, I was too anxious to rush up just now. I forgot to tell you something." "What?" Kitten said, "There seems to be something on the 1st floor of the Tower of Time, but it felt very weak. Moreover, you were fighting all the time, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Plus, you were in a hurry to catch up with me, and I had such a strong feeling for the torso that I forgot the weak feeling on the 1st floor." Yes, there is. Although time passed quickly on the 1st floor, there was no other way now. The 4th floor was very empty. Obviously, there was no other entrance. Perhaps the Chaos Sun had reached a new place and found more things. If he did not take action now, he would definitely be in a more passive position. Thinking of this, Long Chen immediately said decisively, "Let's go to the 1st floor." He sped up, rushed down the passage of the 4th floor, and flew to the 1st floor. The time beast on the 4th floor had been swallowed by the Chaos Sun, so it had not reappeared. On his way back, time beasts had reappeared on the 3rd and 2nd floors. However, Long Chen moved quickly and dealt with them quickly. It did not take long for him to return to the 1st floor. Ah! Seeing him, the Taotai beasts and the others hurriedly shrank together. Chapter 3073. The 6 ultimate gods were hiding here. Now that their mission had been completed, they were just waiting for the Son of God to return victoriously. They did not expect Long Chen to come back here. Before the first battle, they hadn't taken Long Chen seriously. Now that Long Chen had returned, their expressions had changed greatly, and they had hidden to the side. This could be considered a miraculous change. Long Chen did not pay much attention to them. "Kitten, can you feel it? Let me out. I can't feel it clearly in the realm of life." Kitten came out. This guy looked strong, which made the ultimate gods very curious about who he was. They memorized Kitten's appearance and were ready to tell the Chaos Sun. After all, this guy who came out at this time might have something to do with this time tunnel. "It's a little blurry. Let me look carefully." Kitten quietened down and walked in this huge space. Of course, his speed was too slow and he needed to rely on Long Chen to carry him forward. Nowadays, Kitten basically did not have much combat power. Therefore, although he was usually careless, he was actually eager to obtain power and contribute his strength to this big family. It was just that he thought it would be easy to find his main body in the time tunnel, but he did not expect to run into the Chaos Sun, which led to today's trouble. He wanted to get his main body, but he was worried that Long Chen would be injured or even severely damaged. "Kitten, don't think too much. Your main body is not only your own business, but also our business. We must fight for it. We can't let such power fall into the hands of others. Think about it. If you can recover your strength, it will be of great help to all of us." Long Chen seemed to know what Kitten was thinking, and a few words poked at Kitten's heart. "Boss, I know. Anyway, I'll just fuck him up." That's right. Even if the Chaos Sun had absolute control now, and it was very likely that he would get more things in the third place, such as the main body's head, as long as he had 2 legs, the Chaos Sun would still fight with him. Found it. It's here. Kitten suddenly became excited. Long Chen followed his directions and came to the surface. There were many carvings on the ancient ground. There were all kinds of mystical dragons carved on the carvings, and they all looked different. In fact, there were no duplicates on the huge ground. On the ground, there were countless reliefs of different types of divine dragons. Kitten landed on one of the carvings. This carving was so inconspicuous among all the mystical dragons that it was hard to notice. However, when Long Chen came down, he could easily see that this carving of the mystical dragon was actually the appearance of the void cosmic dragon. It was just that it was placed in such a position that it was not easy to see. It's this relief sculpture. It should be equivalent to the white jade dragon head, Kitten said excitedly. Alright, I'll give it a try. This feeling was simply too weak. There was basically no trace of time, so the Chaos Saint did not notice it when he came to the first level. Of course, Long Chen did not notice it either. Only Kitten saw it. Even if he saw it, he was not sure. In any case, Long Chen still summoned the primordial dragon pagoda and turned into the void cosmic dragon. In front of the ultimate gods, he used the power of the primordial dragon pagoda to activate the Heart of Great Void's rules. The Heart of Great Void's rules spread and froze a large area of the surrounding territory and even the entire first level of the Tower of Time. The stillness of all time caused the time on the relief sculpture to accelerate. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The violent acceleration of time caused everyone to see the river of time rushing at an extremely fast speed. It was mighty like a raging wave that would never return. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even the entire area became illusory. The ultimate god's thoughts were frozen by this stillness of time. Break. Just when the time acceleration reached an extreme, the relief sculpture under their feet finally lit up and turned into rays of white light. Now that the stillness of time had ended, the ultimate god's eyes widened. When they saw something clearly, they were ready to pluck up their courage to snatch it. However, Long Chen was very fast. Before they could act, he had already grabbed the thing in his hand. Upon a closer look, it was a crystal-like tail. The thing that the Chaos Saint missed out. Long Chen firmly believed that every part of the divine beast's body was equally important. Although the torso was on the 4th level of the Tower of Time, without the legs and tail in Long Chen's hands, it might not be able to play any role. Under such circumstances, the more he got, the more initiative he would have. It was very important for Long Chen to get this tail. However, since these ultimate gods had also seen it, they would tell the Chaos Saint. There was no other way, as it was impossible for Long Chen to kill all of them. However, to his surprise, when he got the crystal tail, a snow-white gate appeared in front of him. It was obviously the gate leading to the 3rd place. The Chaos Saint had entered the same gate last time. Without saying anything, Long Chen let Kitten return to the realm of life and entered directly. It would be a waste of time to stay there for even a moment. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the gate. When the 6 ultimate gods arrived, the gate had already begun to dissipate. Long Chen, the saint said he's waiting for you to go in. Yes, he's already got everything. He's waiting for you to go in and give him everything you have. Kid, it's time for you to pay the price for being so arrogant for so long. After passing through the gate, Long Chen realized that he had arrived at a truly terrifying place. It was even more terrifying than places like the ruins of time and the Tower of Time. Perhaps this was the deepest part of the time tunnel, the real time tunnel. Now, he was standing in a relatively stable void. It was just that this void was very small, and it was about to be swallowed up. Somehow, he knew the name of the 3rd place. This place is called the Eternal Vortex. The eternal, chaotic, violent, and chaotic vortex of time. That's right, there was a huge vortex beneath his feet, a vortex comparable to an eternal level world. This vortex was different from the vortexes seen outside the time tunnel. That was because those were illusory vortexes, while this was a real-time vortex. Within this vortex, there was a super time storm that swept through the entire world. There were billions of time cracks and time blades inside, dazzling anyone who saw them. What was more terrifying was that time was super chaotic there. In some places, time might be tens of thousands of times faster, while in other places, time would be tens of thousands of times slower. Moreover, it was not fixed. The entire space here was controlled by time. Even in the same place, time was changing in a violent manner. Sometimes, it was as swift as a river. Sometimes, it was as still as a lake. Sometimes, it was as violent as an ocean. That's right. This place was like an ocean with thunderstorms and lightning flashes. The time storm was so huge that it swept across the sky crazily. Being in this place, the tearing force of time made Long Chen unable to stabilize his body. He was submerged by the rolling waves of time and was instantly pushed thousands of miles away. The ruins of time and the Tower of Time were peaceful times. However, this place was crazy time, the extreme time. The moment he arrived here, Long Chen was dumbfounded. The Chaos Saint and the Shangyang Fairy must be in this eternal vortex. I wonder if they have found the head of the reincarnation beast. Now that he speculated, it was obvious that only the head of the reincarnation beast had not been found. This eternal vortex must be where the head was. Kitten, do you feel anything? Long Chen let Kitten stay in the God Nation so that he could find it more easily. It exists, but it's very far away. That fucking saint hasn't found it yet. However, it's in this eternal vortex. Additionally, it's constantly changing at a high speed. It's impossible to find it. Even Long Chen could move thousands of miles away in a split second in this time storm, not to mention the head of the real body. At least, I'm on the same starting line as the Chaos Saint. Next, it depends on my own ability. Long Chen let out a sigh. Because of the primordial dragon pagoda, he gradually stabilized his body in this eternal vortex. However, he was still drifting with the current. It was hard for him to control his position. The real problem is time. It's fine if time accelerates. However, if I enter the region where time slows down by 10,000 times, it will take the opponent a few more days to find me. Long Chen was very clear about this point. After a long time, he finally controlled his body. He could roughly judge where time accelerates, where time slows down, and where it remains still. He tried his best to avoid them. However, sometimes, these changes were like storms that could cross thousands of miles in a split second and hit him. He couldn't avoid them at all. Boss, go this way. Get a little closer. Kitten was still very excited. He kept sensing the final position of the head. In fact, what he and the Chaos Saint got was equivalent. The head was the final competition. Yes. Long Chen hurriedly changed his direction. However, in this eternal vortex, it was very difficult for him to move at his current realm. Oh, in the blink of an eye, we're too far away again. I can't even find it, Kitten said gloomily. Long Chen felt for himself. From the perspective of time, he couldn't feel the existence he mentioned at all. Don't worry. Our advantage is you. The Chaos Saint is about the same as me in time. I can't feel it, and he can't find it either. Because that's your real body, it'll be much easier for you to find it. With this, Kitten was finally relieved. However, Long Chen knew that this was still a headache. At some point, in the realm of life, Mo Shaolang suddenly widened his eyes and said, "Big brother, why do I feel that there's a kind of fire in the center of this eternal vortex?" You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.